Good morning, dear participants.
Good morning.
I believe that we are not complete, but perhaps almost complete. I see Professor Wasserman. I see Professor Kalima, Patricia Wells. Good morning. And I am assuming Professor Mbanga and Professor Gumbo are on site. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And about Elizabeth Glenn, I am also not sure if she's on site or joining.
Yes, Mr. Roth, Elizabeth and Professor Mbanga are currently on site. So I think we're only missing Professor Gumbo.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think we can start with the anthem.
And thank you very much also for our experts in the panel who are joining from overseas. I know this is the not very comfortable time zone for yourself. Let's see it as a nice dream and enjoy the session. I will try to make it fluent and so that we have a nice discussion and we forget that the time situation. My name is Rolf Schütt. Tell me.
Mr. Roth, we will start with the anthem.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Africa, Maluparadisu Pondorayo, Kiswahili jana yetu, Kosi Sidelela China, Lusapolayo, Murena Buluga Sichama Saesu, Feliz
Thank you very much. These are very powerful notes and an expression of the local identity. I think Professor Gumbo has problems connecting. Professor Lovemore, he will represent him today. So I will start introducing the panel and first perhaps introducing myself. My name is Rolf Schütt. I am originally from Bolivia. I am joining you from Stuttgart, Germany. I am an architect and regional planner. I am member of the International Society of City and Regional Planners. Professor Hope Magedimisha Chipungu asked me to support her and support the team in this last day. In the panel, we have Elizabeth Glenn. She's a member of the Board of Governors for the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials, for which work she has been awarded several times, including the Outstanding Professional of the Year and the prestigious John D. Lange Award for Excellence in International Housing and Community Development. She is also chair of the US-Africa Collaborative and the current president of the board of directors of the Bethel Wellness and Empowerment Center in Baltimore City. She is also member in the board of trustees of the Maryland Affordable Housing Trust. She has represented the US State Department officially in the Habitat 2 in Istanbul, 1996, and Habitat 3 conference in Quito in 2016, preparing the new urban agenda. She was awarded twice as a top 100 woman in the state of Maryland by Maryland's newspaper, The Daily Report. She retired from local government as the deputy director of the Baltimore County Department of Planning. Welcome once again, Mrs. Elizabeth S. Glenn. I also welcome Professor Siyakula Mbanga. Professor Mbanga is an associate professor, a chair for Human Settlement Development and Management, a member of the Built Environment Research Center, a member of the Sustainability Research Group, and a chairperson of the Working Group on Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation at Nelson Mandela University. He is also a registered member of SAAPM, SAMEA, GISA, ISOCARP, and SAPI. His research interests include development management, sustainable livelihoods, spatial transformation and urbanism, green construction and settlements, human settlements policies and delivery systems, local government capacity, municipal services, and indigenous knowledge systems in infrastructure development. Welcome, Professor Mbanga. I also want to introduce Professor Brian Wasserman. He's a professor in construction management at Minnesota State University, Mankato. His doctorate degree in industrial technology was obtained at the University of Northern Iowa. His research topics include construction education, concrete materials, and management of transportation scheduling, and most recently in the field of human settlements with a focus on housing in South Africa. He has also participated in research and conferences in the Nelson Mandela University and other industry groups across South Africa. Welcome, Prof. Professor Ernest Nain Kalima is the Dean and Head of the School of Built Environment and Development Studies, where he was previously Dean and Head of the School of Applied Human Sciences. He received his PhD at the University of Alberta, where he was adjunct professor of public health from 2012 to 2018, focusing on African migrant epidemiology, health equity for vulnerable populations, and chronic disease prevention, after having been professor at several Canadian universities between 2001 and 2011. He has served as chief research scientist at the Human Sciences Research Council in South Africa from 2011 to 2016. He has received several international awards for his efforts in the human rights and anti-oppression sector, leading projects in Canada, Mozambique, Brazil, and the Caribbean. Welcome, Professor. I want to introduce Patricia Wells. She has more than 39 years of experience in the public administration and nonprofit leadership, including her role as Executive Director and CEO of the Oakland Housing Authority and National President of the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials. Her landmarks at the Oakland Housing Authority include the reorganization of the agency to a property-based management operation and disposition of 1,610 units of public housing, and the successful launch of the MTW demonstration programs, which include several innovative PPPs. Welcome, Patricia. And in absence, Professor Trinos Gumbo. He is a professor at the Sustainable and Smart Cities and Regions Research Unit, Urban and Regional Planning Department, professor at University of Johannesburg. He is a C2 NRF rated researcher and a SACPLAN registered professional planner. Currently working as associate professor and head of the Department of Urban and Regional Planning within the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment at the University of Johannesburg. He has a wide range of research areas that include smart and sustainable cities and regions, intelligent transport system and infrastructure planning, integrated and sustainable human settlements, spatial analysis using geographic information systems, and statistical analysis packages. He holds a PhD from Stellenbosch University in South Africa and master's and honors degrees in rural and urban planning from the University of Zimbabwe. And as I said before, Professor Lobamore, he will be representing Professor Gumbo. Welcome, Professor, and welcome to all our experts once again. Before we start with the round of questions and discussion, I want to welcome Professor Pius Tanga, who I assume he's connected by now. He's Deputy Dean at the Faculty for Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Fort Hare. And I would like to ask him to give us some introductory words. Professor, are you here? I see Professor is not online. So in the meantime, we can then start with our questions, and we see if he can join us afterwards. I will start with general questions on the housing situation in USA and Africa. And I would appreciate if our invited panel speakers turn on their cameras and microphone. If there is no background noise, you can also keep your microphones on. I will start with Elizabeth Glenn. If you can describe the success story of the housing market in the US. Elizabeth? Ready to go? Take your time.
Yes, ready to go. Thank you. That's a very large question. And I will say that in the United States, housing has been a challenge for our country for more than a century. Housing is complicated by the history of spatial segregation and separation and land use codes that have kept people separate from each other. But throughout the challenges and the obstacles that have been presented because of spatial separation, there have been many efforts to promote equity. And I'm very pleased to see that that is happening more recently than not. But promoting equitable spaces for people to live. And one of the things I think is very successful about the US is that we have been very good at developing both building innovation around smart technologies, building materials, looking at using energy efficiency as a goal and as producing safer housing, more efficient housing. But probably one of the greatest things we've been able to do is to look at how we finance housing and looking at how we leverage public and private subsidies along with sweat equity and other tools in order to reduce the cost of housing for people of low and modest incomes. I think those have been some great strides. We certainly have a long way to go. And I think the opportunities for creating smart housing, particularly in the low income communities, to connect them to broadband, to ensure that they're able to use both the science of communication in order to improve occupancy within their homes.
Thank you very much. Obviously, a story of efficient processes and upgrades. The same for Professor Mbanga. How do you think Africa can drive a better housing market for economic growth?
Thank you very much for that question, Program Director. For Africa to optimize on housing for economic growth, it will be important that Africa looks into the housing market from the perspective of the end user. That will be very important to look on the actual housing need in the housing market and what tenure of choices are end users having around the housing market. Because generally in Africa we see different countries on one hand with the private sector more driving housing development or housing provision for different governments. But with other countries like South Africa, with the state playing a more prominent role on the lower end of the market. So in different countries, you begin to see a duality of the residential property market, with some role being played by the private sector, but with its own challenges from the supply side of the developments. And on the other hand, you see the state with its own constraints also intervening where the private sector is unable to intervene. I think very briefly, it will be important first to look at the housing need and dissect the housing need to seek to understand what are the choices that the end users have. Because a house and a home, I think, is cumulative. It grows, the needs shift through the life cycle of an individual and a household. And therefore, the market should be responding to the different or diverse needs that arise at individual and household level across the life cycle of an individual and a household. That's one area. The second area that I might want to raise as I conclude, it would be important for Africa and the governments to look on the methodologies. Some would call it self-delivery models. The methods employed to respond without housing need. Those methods might include extending access to credit facilities by both commercial and also development finance institutions might need to be looked at, including looking on the barriers to access to housing finance for different types of housing need, whether ownership or rental housing, as it might shift from time to time. That will be important to be looked at insofar as developments themselves, development process. It will be important to look on the roles of both the communities, the developers, and the government in the production of housing. That becomes important because we cannot expect to realize additional benefits in the housing development process if the methodologies of providing houses are not looked at. As we begin to see that there has been instances, for me it is paradoxical that the people-driven housing process has failed in African governments, when in fact, parallel to the private sector and governmental interventions, people continue to provide for their own housing using any materials, indigenous and traditional. But when it is a government policy, it is said to be failing. We need to examine the people-driven housing mechanism and how can it be modified also to ensure that people's knowledges are also integrated in the delivery process. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much. Yes, the methods, this is a very important keyword. And perhaps Professor Wasserman, if we talk about the indicators and we think about how developing countries can apply indicators, which ones you think they should prioritize for their housing development?
Housing is a community and not just a house. And living in the United States, I happen to live in Minnesota, and we are cold much of the year. The indicators in our region are very different from indicators in the state of Arizona, where it's hot and desert much of the year, the indicators in Florida, the indicators in Texas, or the indicators in New York City, because we don't have the sprawling urban space that a New York City provides. I think the piece that we miss both in the United States and in Africa is building a community. So the community having to deal with the people who happen to be there are in charge in dictating and stating the needs for their area, instead of the government coming in to say, here, look at all these houses. Aren't we wonderful? We provided the houses. The people who are going to use the houses, the people who are living in that area saying, no, I don't want houses over there. I want houses in this sector. I want houses that look like this, that have these functions. And again, it is each community. And one of the things as I began my work in South Africa now 7 or 8 years ago was the definition of community. How do we define our communities? And even before going to South Africa, the full page of things that are part of community, like access to jobs, like access to retail, like access to community parks, things like that. And too often we build houses that cannot turn into a home.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we fail to, our policy says build houses. For instance, in the United States, we are short some 4 million houses. As much as we have for resources, we're still short building houses. We need houses for people, but it's not just houses anywhere. And
excellent. Mm-hmm.
South Africa faces the same challenge of putting places for people to live and making them homes and not just a house.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Houses, more communities, and not only houses. And that is the next question, actually, that I have for Professor Kalima. What factors do you think limit housing development in Africa? Sorry, Professor, I need to ask you to turn on your microphone. It's still off.
Oh, yes, there we go. Thank you so much. I think your question is quite deep, because it might sound very basic, but I think it's quite deep. I think quite a number of factors limit access, for example, particularly in this context of Africa. For me, I think we're still, particularly in South Africa, and I think most African countries who just, we're dealing with the post-colonial era, we're still dealing with issues of redress and issues of equity. And I think for me, when we think about equity, and I'm just going to take it to that direction, because I think anything that we do to provide any resources or any interventions around housing or any other intervention related to livelihoods has to do with a fair and respectful treatment of all people, and creation of opportunities and reduction of disparities in opportunities and outcomes for diverse communities. And I think if we can acknowledge that these disparities are rooted both in the historical and contemporary injustices and disadvantages, we can be able to address any issue that we're thinking of, whether be it housing, be it inclusion, et cetera, or access. I think another point that I want to make is if we think about understanding what we mean by inclusion, we need to think about presence of and recognition of communities or individuals or persons who are normally excluded, right, from activities. We need to think about their presence. So when you acknowledge someone's presence, obviously you will intervene because you recognize their existence, but also you accept that they exist and they have varied needs, and that their needs, perhaps based on the history or the contemporary situation, they're not being, things are not really getting, they're not accessing what they're supposed to access. And also another part of it is the whole issue of participation. How much are they participating in the whole process? And I think this is something that is missing in most conversations around housing, access, et cetera, for marginalized communities or communities who are on the margins, because either they are an add-on, either they participate because we want them or we want us to look good. And I think academics and practitioners alike were sometimes guilty of this, that even the work that we do as researchers and the ethical participation that we seek is not really there. But at the end of the day, we must be able to achieve something, and we must be able to identify what have we done. And I think most countries on the continent, but also in the diaspora, who are marginalized, are very resilient, and that they can claim that they have achieved on their own, perhaps at times by being assisted by governments or community organizations, etc. They have achieved something. We should also celebrate the achievements that we have made over the years and build on those achievements so that we can progress and move ahead. So I've gone conceptual, but I think you get my point in terms of we all know what those barriers are. But I think for me, it's all about inclusion. It's all about understanding what equity means, so that we can actually be able to move ahead. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think that's a point also that Professor Wasserman and Professor Mbanga were mentioning, the collaboration of sectors. And I think Patricia Wells is somebody who knows about that, which she has implemented on her career experience. And what do you think agencies, government, and other interest groups should focus to enhance housing development, working together?
Well, it's one of the foundations for us here in the United States, specifically in the housing authority environment. Here in Oakland, our housing authority is known as a Moving to Work Housing Authority, which allows us as one of 3,000 housing authorities to go into an agreement with the Housing and Urban Development Department to take local initiatives that work for our community that might not work in another state and another jurisdiction, to both preserve the affordable housing we have and to create creative methods to produce more. Here in Oakland, we've been able to use that flexibility to be an investor and or builder of over 2,000 additional units over and above the original 15,000, that we started with when we became an NTW agency. What does that mean? It means that we're able to collaborate with nonprofit developers. We're able to collaborate with other funding sources, layer those in an expensive, very expensive housing production market, and produce units that, when we talk about equity, certainly are as nice as those market rate units that our affordable housing community units are produced in the same community of. I heard lots of great conversation about collaboration. It actually does start with the community that we're seeking to serve. Here in Oakland, the 17,000 households include over 17% of the children that attend the Oakland Unified School District. It serves over 2% of the elders that are living in the affordable housing community. It serves all the rising stars of our community, the young adults and the adults who are seeking to find their own path for economic development. We look at collaboration. We look at housing, and I heard, and I loved Professor Wasserman's point, that it's not just a house that we're attempting to build, but we're attempting to build a home where the persons living in there can thrive. And in our case, our homes often include permanent supportive housing focused on those persons exiting out of incarceration and trying to rebuild and regain connection with their families, youth aging out of the foster care system and now becoming independent and needing extra support in order to do so in a harsh economic environment, persons and women with children exiting out of domestic violence situation, those who served in our country as veterans, as well as those who need permanent supportive housing for healthcare issues. We see housing as a place-based environment to make sure that families can thrive economically, education, technology. And when we provide these services, we actually seek out the community we're trying to serve. What is it that you need in services and access to social assets throughout the community? What is it that will make it thrive? And in getting to that answer, it often means we partner with the schools in the area, private sector in the area, other government entities area, our community-based organizations. We have programs established to make sure that when we talk about equity, it's also equity as being a part of the decision-making and leadership, and that involves the residents that we serve. And it's been very successful across our nation in both rural, urban, as well as parts of the country that are serving migrant workers, those who are native to our homeland here in the United States. It is about collaboration, and that proves to be the most successful. It takes tremendous resources, it takes tremendous time, it takes listening, and it takes a heart to fellowship together so that we hear each other and that we have the support to get the housing, again, preserved, what we have, and to produce additional.
Thank you very much. The housing market, yes, this is the next topic that we will deal with and in this round of questions. But before coming to that, I would like to ask Professor Lovamore Chipungu, what issues do you feel limits housing affordability in Africa?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. I think when you look at limitations to housing, we do have actually a plethora of factors which relate to that. I think from purely a generic perspective, we know for sure that factors pertaining to lack of access to mortgage finance, factors pertaining to issues of infrastructure, factors pertaining to issue of land, access to land and its cost. These are generic factors which for years have been impacting negatively on access to housing. But if I move away from considering these generic factors, I would like to believe that the biggest problem is that we look at housing from a welfare approach. And that perspective seems to limit us to understand that if we fit housing in the urban economy, then we realize that housing is like any other factor, part of the industrial factors of any economy. And if we understand that, then the starting point for us is to make sure that our industries tick, our economies tick, and in the process, housing finds a proper setting where the population, the beneficiaries themselves, take it upon themselves to make sure that housing becomes part and parcel of the economic process. Now, that being the case, you find that if beneficiaries are able to secure something to do, employment in this case, then the housing question I'm talking about, all those limitations, they tend to be limited to within a perspective of people's incomes. What am I saying? I'm simply saying that if the economy is ticking, right, it makes it easier for people also to participate in the housing production process because now they are able to contribute, right? Now, the situation is that we look at these limitations from a perspective of governments who are seen as the main institutions to drive housing. And in the process, they fail to provide the infrastructure. They fail to provide the subsidies. They fail to provide the land. So beneficiaries are put in this particular corner in a vulnerable position, right? And hence all this shopping list, if you want, of factors comes into play where we talk about land, we talk about finance and the like, because at the end of the day, all these people don't have anything to do. Economies are not ticking. People don't have income. Therefore, they remain being what? Vulnerable, waiting for what the government can do. And from that perspective, we find that our policies are not even helping us because we have these prescriptive policies, right? Which point beneficiaries what is supposed to be done. The standards are very high. Why not turn that into prescriptive policies, policies which define what we expect from people, which in essence respond to people's taste. And in that process, we are saying that we are defining the entry points into the market, into the housing market, entry points which are decent for people to provide themselves with housing.
Thank you very much. I think
Thank
you
you,
can
Prof.
you can keep these points for the next question, because this is exactly what I wanted to ask you in the next round. But now let's look at the housing market evolution. And Elizabeth Glenn, I would like you and also Professor Mbanga afterwards to define the housing market. If we try to profile the housing market in the US and in Africa, what would be your description for the US case?
What a complicated question that is. Well, first of all, I would say that the housing market, quite truthfully, is very fragmented in the United States. Issues around tenure, loss of equity. We've had some really troubling times in the past, basically throughout this century, where we've seen particularly minority households lose equity in terms of predatory lending and the problem of foreclosures that have really stripped away some of the wealth of, in particular, African Americans. We also see that the market where home ownership rates among African Americans have declined in a major way, particularly in the last 10 years, where home ownership rates among African Americans there's always been a disparity between Blacks and whites in our country. Now that disparity is even greater, where 70% of whites in the United States own their property. Only 40% of African Americans own their property. So the market is very fragmented. We also see the valuation is troubling in that there's a disparity in valuation. You can live in similar neighborhoods with similar housing stock, but the valuation of Black properties are going to be substantially lower than the valuation of white properties, white-owned properties. We also see troubling signs in the rental market. The cruel impact of the loss of home ownership in the Black community in the United States is offset by the rising rental costs for housing, so that people are spending more than 50% of their income on housing. And even with today's economic climate, with the cost of fuel, the cost of food, you're really squeezing people. And so the housing market is volatile. It's also still, the impacts of, we talk about colonialism. Trust me, America still sees that. The racism and bias is also contributing to the housing market. And right now it's very unstable. We're seeing lots of fluctuations in value. But we're also seeing now with rising interest rates, great additional costs in the cost of borrowing to acquire housing. That also impacts the rental market because it means it's more expensive to even produce rental housing in the United States. So when you throw in, again, the racism and the bias, you see the impact on the housing market. Spatial segregation in the market also means that Black families and minority families are typically lacking in access to those qualities that really make community vital. So access to healthcare, access to employment. And we see youth unemployment rising to the degree that young people who are coming out of college and university, should they be fortunate enough to do so, are unable to afford their first home. They are unable to even form households. So that there's a delay in household composition formation as a result of the challenging employment market, the challenging housing market, and just the cost of doing business in the United States. So it's producing some devastating impacts on our communities, and in the wealth disparity that's just increasing. COVID did not help, and so we see great disparity in wealth, and we see great disparity in the access to amenities within communities, particularly for Black and migrant people. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Before we go to Professor Mbanga with the same question related to Africa, maybe perhaps Professor Wasserman, you can name some of the aspects or factors that have limited the housing delivery in and implementation in Africa. Which ones would you name?
Excuse me. Are you looking for limitations in Africa?
Yes.
So we have this confluence of public policy and expectations, as has been already stated, that people are expecting the government to provide something that at this point the government cannot very well afford.
Mm.
And then when something does happen, people are put in an economic situation. Traveled to a very nice township with Professor Mbanga last time I was in South Africa, and it was a great distance from the economic engine of the city, which every single day then people need to spend an hour traveling each way, and too much of their hard-earned income in order to transport to a place where they could potentially have a job. And so it's like everything is, I'd say, like a bowl of spaghetti. They're mixed together and they all interact and they continuously make things difficult. When I was at the township, there were no businesses, not anything for business. There was not a grocery store. And I think we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of houses. So if you don't stop at the grocery store on your way to the taxi rank, then you don't eat that night. The houses were supplied with electricity that may or may not work. I have a plug-in, but if I don't have power to my community, if I don't have water to my house, I believe the official South African policy was that if water is drinkable water is within 100 meters of the house, you meet the sufficient requirement for supplying water to a house. Now, the new developments have water to the houses. They have electricity to the houses. But if we don't have water for anyone, as I was hearing a couple of days ago about the city of Alice, and of course, we all know the stories of Cape Town not that long ago. And, the whole city is going to be without water. The country is going to be on limited water supplies. The country as a whole, not as invested in more modern, sustainable electricity production. That makes it difficult from that end. So you have both expectations of people and the inability to deliver efficiently from the government. And that makes an untenable situation. And then I would look at trying to solve those. And I would like to say that it's at a neighborhood level. That we can't solve 6 million people in Cape Town, but we can solve a smaller group in within a sector and take care of a neighborhood and have a neighborhood that works well. And at that level, I think we can manage it. It would be nice to be able to snap your fingers and say the power company in South Africa needs to do something. That can't be done. We'd say, you need to fix all the spigots on the water so that we stop wasting 50% of the water that's produced. But that also is not within our power to be able to do. But what can we do is create neighborhoods that work well.
Thank you. Yes, we will talk about community collaboration in this sense in the next round of questions. And I would like to extend the same question to Professor Mbanga. do you agree with Professor Wasserman's description? What would you add on the housing market in Africa?
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, I do concur with Professor Wasserman's a description of what pertains in Africa truly. This is so because Africa is not a single state. It's a different countries in Africa. Of course, they do have similar common challenges within the housing market, perhaps from the side of demand and also how supply it has been evolving. But then the responses, we have also to note that the responses to those challenges tend to differ. For one reason being what we just spoke, the colleague spoke to around the economy being a critical driver of provision of basics of services, including housing. It informs a lot. I think Professor Chipungo was speaking to that. Taking economies, they determine what happens in that space. For what then is the issue, why these issues are, what do you see then within this space, is that these different responses would then take two forms at a risk of oversimplifying a much bigger complexity, in that you would be seeing that in some parts of Africa, the private sector will be playing a more prominent role. But we do note also that there are still challenges with that, because certain communities, mostly vulnerable, get marginalized, including the moderate mid-income earners who cannot afford accessing the mortgage finance. Even with a private sector-driven response in a country, from the policy point of view, there are still those issues of inequity, lack of access to the credit facilities, where there's no response. On the other hand, you will see some countries where government, from policy point, would seek to intervene and in a manner that seeks to trigger the housing market and ensure that there are multiple supply responses. Whether those policies succeed is yet another issue. Something that I would love to raise, I think, in terms of this problematization and different responses. What we have been seeing also across maybe at the highest level of the market and its duality is that on one hand, we seem to have a housing market that prevails in what is considered to be an urban space, which therefore will be working within the different regulations and policies and rules. But within the urban space itself, there is some subsidiary housing market within what could be called traditionally as a township economies, uncaptured housing market in the form of rental stock, where there are transactions happening at that level without those being captured in any of the systems, be it the deeds register or the like. And we see it also in the form of backyard dwellings and all the transactions happening in that space in terms of income. And we also see the complexities of what is called slumlords, which means that there is a supply at that level, which might be considered as illegal, but with transaction providing shelter to people. A most important development in terms of urbanization and how housing markets seem to be evolving, which is being captured by the contemporary studies, is what I could regard as middle-income reinvestments in the rural space, more in particular on the more transit-oriented reinvestments in Africa, in African villages, where middle-income earners, and including upmarket income, are beginning to invest, building suburban homes within the rural space, and therefore getting access to municipal services and putting pressure on those being considered as indigent within those spaces, and yet they would be paying some revenues and taxes to the municipality. But because of the land, which is communal, and the issues related to property rights in a rural space, we do see that complexity. It's a new pattern that is emerging, perhaps in South Africa and in other African countries. I regard this as uncaptured markets, and where engagement hasn't been done as evidence is still unfolding. I think that would basically my input around that. In conclusion, I think it's important to appreciate, because what this says, it talks about collaborations and understanding the different role players, and not paying a blind eye to the different role players, both captured and uncaptured market, and looking on ways into how can we work towards a single and coordinated residential property market, which understands a city as a territory beyond the current boundaries of cities to the cities we're looking forward to. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Professor Manga. Let's move on to Professor Ninkalima. If you would recommend agencies of government and other institutions, what would you tell them to collaborate to improve these efficiencies that we have been hearing, inefficiencies, sorry, in the housing delivery? Sorry, again, your mic. I need to ask you to turn it on again.
Yes, there we go. I think for me, first we need to recognize that housing and human settlement programs interventions respond to complex operating environment of complicated legislative frameworks that are often multiple and multi-layered, that are often influenced by institutional, political, administrative, and financial rules that provide a very expansive delivery system. Housing programs work, but performances and outcomes are mixed. So subsidized housing, for example, has contributed significantly to addressing poverty and stabilizing society, providing a foot into the property ladder for some folks, depending on where they are in the socioeconomics, in the terms of their socioeconomic status. I also think that we need to look at the structure for financing housing and human settlement, and really cast a critical causal relationship so try to understand how that system operates, so that we can come into understanding how we can better plan, but also implement, particularly with the limitations that our colleagues have so eloquently explained. In terms of what I think are possible solutions for us to think about, and I will go back to my earlier point, but also highlight something that was mentioned earlier around the informality. Sometimes the issue of informality, we look at it from a different perspective. I would say a negative perspective in a way. So those so-called slum economies or township economies, as if they are not really contributing to folks on the ground. They are, and they are very, very important. It will take, so if I were to go to a township or a place or a slum or a favela, so to say, I know that I will get a lot of things done. In fact, that I need at a specific price, or at a, so there's something there that we need to harness. We need to harness that informality sector and recognize that the informality sector plays a role, and it is a reaction or a solution or a response to something that is not there, that is not being offered, so to say, and that it is that response is very, very important, and it also about resiliency as well. At the community level, for me, I would think what we need to do is explore the role of public-private partnerships in addressing issues at the community level, particularly in offering housing solutions. And I think we also need information, we need data to ensure, particularly community level data, so that we can understand the dimensions of inequalities that can assist, for example, in terms of shortage, affordability, and delivery of services around housing. And also, I think we can cast an eye, and critical work is needed in developing evidence-based and local level solutions to addressing and redressing, particularly in South Africa, the legacies of spatial apartheid planning from an intersectional lens, understanding that the history that we have inherited has really impacted how we respond, but also from an intersectional perspective. When you look at, for example, despite the progress in South Africa since 1994, South Africa still remains divided, and privilege is still attached to race, class, space, gender, etc., etc. And despite rapid improvements in access to basic services, the quality of services continue to be affected by who you are and where you live. Unemployment, for example, is particularly very high amongst Black youth, who we need to really, and I'm pretty sure there are some similarities across the Atlantic. Women still suffer from discrimination in access, especially female-headed household. And so we really need to look at those other issues, the intersectionality in anything that we have to offer as solutions, and harness the resiliency and those so-called informalities that exist in our community to respond to some of these. So I don't know if I'm really getting at the gist of it, but for me, I think there's missing things that we really need to rethink as we move ahead, as we chart a way forward with the housing situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ninkalima. PPPs is the next round of questions. So I think we have been already covering a bit of the factors. Patricia Wells, before we go to PPPs, which is actually also your domain, what would you say from what you have been hearing? Can you compare the situation of the housing market in Africa and North America? Do you see there critical differences or similarities?
Well, one of the most profound similarities is that there is instantly a need for affordable housing that matches with the community that is unhoused, that it has the right quality, it's affordable, it's safe, that it's in spaces. I've heard a lot of discussion about being in spaces where there are the social assets that make up community, nutrition, education, healthcare, available jobs and opportunities for the families there, connection to spaces where folks feel valued because they're part of the community in which they live in, they're working in it, they're serving in it, and they're part of it. That seems to unfortunately be one of our global connections of where there are similarities. I also hear that there seems to be in the parts of the globe that is being spoken of, there have been creative ways in which that's been addressed. And I've heard a lot about collaboration between public and private market. That certainly has been fruitful here in the United States, particularly when we're talking about trying to match up healthcare services and education services and jobs opportunities. It definitely has come through collaboration through the public sector and the resources in the public sector being leveraged with private sector resources. In the area of equity and technology, equity in making sure that spaces have value for people because there are libraries and there are access to great schools, that has often come through those collaborations. I would add that one of the things that in the market here in the United States, it is the cost. It's the cost of the land. It's the cost of the materials. Quite frankly, in this market, it's the cost of paying the individuals who are either producing and or managing the housing. And all of that makes it very complicated for affordability to be something that has enough affordable units to match the need of all the souls who are in need of housing. And so those, to me, I hear the similarities. And again, I want to emphasize something that I've heard a couple of times. Localities are different. Here in the United States, they seem to be different in South Africa, and making sure that as we're creating in our individual markets, access to affordable housing that helps the economy thrives, that helps the families thrive, it's got to be based upon that particular market with infusion of funds from both the private side and the public side. And so those are the similarities. And I think that it speaks volumes to the fact that having this conversation on a global level is helpful, so we can just compare and be able to provide each other best practices.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Yes, on the same point, talking globally and communicating, maybe Professor Lovemore Chipungu can tell us some of his experience on this collaboration, how in particular US-Africa collaboration can leverage the housing deficiency in Africa. What would you think could contribute?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. Let me start off by maybe pointing out that the housing problem in Africa is the problem of the urban poor. It might be a controversial statement, but the point is, from a quantitative perspective, the people who are experiencing major problems in housing are the poor. Now, if that is the case, then collaborations become platforms for learning. They become platforms for learning how to tackle the issue of deficiency, which we have. Now, if 22 million people in Nigeria, for instance, don't have access to decent housing, I would like to believe that close to 90% of that 22 million are people in the low income bracket, the poor. Right? So what does it mean? It means that we need to build collaborative platforms that should empower the same urban poor, to make them believe and understand that they do have the capacity to be participants, to be partners in the housing production process. We have to prepare their minds that they can do it. Now, if they can do it, it means that the same platforms we are building should also speak to authorities, right? Because what we experience from government, from local authorities, is that there are instances where the capacity doesn't exist. Financial gaps, technical gaps, right? So the partnership we're talking about should be able to contribute towards financial requirements that should assist in unlocking the land, financial requirements that should assist in building infrastructure. Once that is put in place, already the platforms which are creating have empowered the people to accept that the housing problem is their problem. Therefore, they can participate. They can be more than willing to contribute in the production process. So to me, it is a holistic approach where we are saying that let the people understand where the problem is. They should not sit back and wait for the government to provide, but the government itself must play its own role, unlock that land, service that land, and the people will be more than willing to say that, okay, we do have the capacity, we can contribute, we can play our own role. So I think, to me, collaborations are platforms where you can take a holistic approach to make sure that the housing problem is dealt with from a very holistic perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Love Mochipungo. You know, while you were talking, everyone was like writing, yes, 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 you're right. Excellent points. And I think I support that also. We continue now on the areas of public-private participation, collaboration forms. I think we have named already most of the crucial points because they are so evident. And maybe I can ask you to summarize just point-wise in your answers. We start with Elizabeth Glenn. What is PPP is one of the issues of co-production that we need in providing housing. And what do you think has the housing sector benefit from PPP arrangements in this realm, Elizabeth?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. I think that it's important to note that the U.S.-Africa Collaborative was actually formed to begin to look at how we can, on a global level, use a public-private participation in a way that we can maximize the resources and the information and the creativity, the resourcefulness. We know that government alone will not solve the problems of our communities, and I also want to point out that while the urban poor is a problem, the rural poor is also a problem that's often not looked at because it's out of sight. It's not right there. We have to look at the strengths and the values of the private sector and the innovation that's present in the private sector, because quite truthfully, the public sector is often sometimes hampered and hamstrung by political realities, which have an impact on whether financing is available, whether resources can be deployed to properly house and not just properly house, but to build communities that are vibrant and that are vital and that produce adequate outcomes. We look at our schools and how the Black middle income communities are often still subjected to schools that are inadequately funded with the least experienced teachers and buildings that are so aged that they don't have modern capacity or building technologies. So public-private partnerships is essential in bringing together the best minds, and to bring together innovation, and to look at how we can deploy our ingenuity, our innovation, and our resources. Because sometimes it's not always about money or the lack thereof. It is about the willingness of people to come together in a space to really address the issues of building communities in a way that are equitable, that promote and healthy environments, and that also look at the economic development perspectives. One of the things that are critical and that the public and private partnerships can go a long way is helping to develop entrepreneurial opportunities, because not everyone can go get a job, but maybe we can help people build businesses. I think public-private partnerships help do that. Sometimes, again, when we operate in isolation and we stay in our silos, whether they're public sector or private sector, we tend not to think about what the other can bring to the table. And so it's the U.S.-Africa Collaborative, we think, is really a critical element in bringing all these perspectives together. So we're bringing the private sector in, we're bringing the public sector in, we're bringing academia, housing practitioners, nonprofits, and non-governmental organizations. And I think this is just the beginning of a way that we can share the information that we have, but also acknowledge and recognize that a lot of our challenges, both in the developed world and the non-developed world, are very similar. They may manifest differently, but clearly those issues are relevant throughout. So I think public-private partnerships are clearly the answer. And one of the things that the private sector can do is put pressure on the public sector to think more resourcefully and to deploy resources that are available, even when the political climate may not be conducive to supporting those processes. So it's also, it's pressure, it's leverage, but it's also a congenial way for us to do business and to look at how we can best exchange information while we're focusing on the health and vitality of our communities. It has to be a collaborative approach. They have to be partnerships. They have to be based on principles of building people up, lifting people up, and helping them to attain healthy lifestyles and adequate education and economic viability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. On the same note, perhaps Professor Manga, you can name some of the roles that PPPs have played in housing infrastructure. Maybe Elizabeth has named them already. Until you are ready, maybe Professor Wasserman can also name some of the organizations where you think could be, let's say, identified as flagships organizations in the housing infrastructure development, a part of the public agencies. Which ones would you attest have contributed?
I think the most important place in the community is the education. And I say that from a professor perspective, but I also say that from a lifelong educator and as a person who benefited from one of the best educations that public schools can provide here in Minnesota from 60 years ago. If we house people in very nice places and the children are not educated so that they can become, as our group has said, having their minds prepared to be able to make a difference in this world, then I think we have missed the boat. We've made people comfortable, but we've not changed things for the next generation. And one of the definitions in sustainability is being able to accomplish today's goals without jeopardizing that of our children. And in my case and others, it's grandchildren. And so the education, the partnership with the school, the ability to move our students through from young children through high school, through college, and then having them have a job when they get done. And I know in South Africa, the unemployment rate in college graduates is way too high. So how do we move our students who have been successful in education into that economy that can then take the next generation and lift them up and make a difference across the globe? And that is, I think, a key place and not given nearly enough attention. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
By the way, I do want to say thank you to our chair here, Elizabeth and Professor Mbanga, for this entire collaborative in this group. It is awesome and amazing, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Basserman. Yes, I can move on to Professor Nini Kalima. How do you feel stakeholders can further improve housing through collaborations?
I think for me it would be the first point that I made about reliable information, so that we can do the work to compare, but also to intervene with evidence. And I think universities are part and parcel of that process, in terms of the knowledge generation mechanism that they can bring, but also the the energy that our students can bring. So I'm thinking around knowing and engaging and exposing students from across the globe to opportunities where they can learn from one another in a safe space, and those opportunities can enhance both the global and local, or glocal, if I can put those words together, interventions, because knowing what's happening in Baltimore or knowing what's happening in Khayelitsha from a specific perspective would assist us in moving forward. Because as Ms. Glenn mentioned, that sometimes we do things in silos, and I think the collaborative that we have built here attempts to do that, so that we can learn from one another and engage. And for me, what do we know? We know that inclusivity promotes collaboration. And we know that inclusivity creates better relationships between groups. We know that in order for social change to happen, or impact to be experienced, we need to have realistic expectations. So for any PPP to work, we have to be realistic about what we can do. And we need to ensure that inclusive policies within PPPs are at the center of how we engage. We need to be very affirmative and intentional about that. We need to make sure that whatever we're doing as a collaborative, and whatever we implement, we can account, and we do it in a more transparent manner, and that we can measure the consequences of our impact. And I'm coming it from an academic perspective. Inclusionary options, if you want to foster inclusivity in anything that you do, whether it be it housing, however, require reliable information. And I'm gonna drive that information at that point, because I think sometimes information that we have needs to be packaged in such a way that we can speak to different audiences, be it at the local level, be it civil society groups, be it academia, be it funders, be whoever we need to speak to. We need to ensure that we package that information in such a way that we can speak to different audiences, but the main goal is still the same. We need to make sure we build reliable and relationality amongst one another in order for any partnership to work. But we also need to be very intentional about what we want to do and never look back. because sometimes barriers can come our way. But we need to be very intentional and say, this is what we're going to do, no matter what we are going to do it. And I think that's what this collaborative is trying to do. And we're very happy that at least we're having this platform today with this symposium to actually engage with these issues. And I thank the organizers, the SACCI chair for Inclusive Cities, Professor Magadimisha, for the vision, but also for the collaborative vision to have this symposium so that we can at least engage and discuss some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ninkalima. Yes, absolutely. I agree with you. It's not just about data and satisfactory numbers, also about information, that we understand what we have. Patricia, maybe I wanted to ask you about the roles of organizations like you have played delivering or developing housing. Perhaps you can name one or two that what you think are the most outstanding issues that you think you have contributed with.
Thank you for that question, Professor. And I want to echo the value of just hearing from one another from our global perspective, so we understand, again, how we're both different and similar in this fight to make sure that every individual has a home, a place to call home that's safe. In our role here in the United States, and specifically, again, with what we're doing in Oakland, we're often the catalyst. So because we are the possessor of land, we're able to use the land that we have as the foundation for producing additional affordable housing. Here in our city, we have over 300 properties serving roughly about 4,000 folks in properties that we manage, but we provide subsidy through government subsidy to another 14,000 families. And so we're able to both serve the private market, those landlords who want to be part of the solution with economic funding for rental subsidies, thus helping families find affordable housing. We also then are able to be producers of affordable housing. We invest in those partnerships that we've been talking about with those nonprofit developers into helping them with operating subsidy to build additional housing. In our public-private partnerships, specifically in healthcare, we're able to match our dollars and our resources with those of hospitals, with private sector institutions, healthcare institutions, to provide on-site services for the affordable housing that we use. We have collaborations with our local school system so that parents who we are providing housing subsidy to, we also provide a stipend to them to work as assistants in the local schools where their children attend. So there's the match there, that they're part of the community, they're part of the answer for their children's education. We partner with organizations, private and public and nonprofit, to create distribution centers for groceries, distribution centers for information on how to start your own micro business for the families that we serve, distribution centers, spaces where members of the community can come and have these discussions that we've heard a lot about. What kind of changes we want to see in the community, provide a safe space for not only that collaboration, but resources for them to put on anything from a job fair or a celebration on their street of having a safe community, to also having spaces to talk about the things that are important. So we provide spaces for resident leadership and the resources for resident leadership. Those kinds of collaborations are where housing authorities have proved valuable. And I heard a little earlier about, and there was a question, how do we help form and facilitate and be an organic place for public-private partnerships? It's just that, leveraging our resources. If we have room and space to host those community conversations, let's do that and welcome all to the conversations. Let's help with the facilitation. If we have access to families and we can do the outreach and the marketing, let's co-join what nonprofit and private sectors are trying to do and connect them and engage them with our families. If we have experts within the community who want to bring that information to the families that we serve to teach and reteach, let's be that facilitator. So housing authorities act as funders, we act as facilitators, we act as an organic place for engagement to help foster public-private partnerships. And often, especially with some of our elected that have championed this, and there are some great elected out there doing so, there is an intentional and deliberate requirement for those kinds of engagements, and those kinds of engagements that are focused on adding equity to other partners who don't often get a chance to engage. So vendors of color, small businesses, women-owned businesses, and businesses where a lot of the ownership is of persons in low income. So there's an intentionality there. And I've been very proud of working alongside some awesome partners here in the city of Oakland that have helped those private partner collaborations actually have impact, not just conversation, but we can see the children going to school. We can see the health metrics change. We can see families staying housed. We can see families formerly homeless actually acquiring that home and starting to see the vibrancy come alive within their families.
Very, very interesting. So this is like a network of actions and interventions and small details that together collectively can deliver a lot. And you touched the point of financing, and this is the next area of our questions I would like to ask first. Professor Lovemore Chipungu, there is a push of self-help housing finance solutions. So does it still imply that the state contributes, that they take also a role in obligations and claims to citizenship of the poor in countries with systematic inequality? It's a bit complicated, the questions. What do you make out of this combination of self-help housing mechanism and what the state can provide?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. But let me start by saying that systematic inequality is aggravated by both beneficiaries and the government. And my point of departure there is that there is something which the beneficiaries can do, and there is something which the government or the state can do, right? So the difference between the two is what contributes to inequality.
Mm-hmm.
Now, does self-help finance solutions exist? My answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, self-help finance will only exist at such a time when beneficiaries themselves accept that we are in a quagmire and we need to move forward. And from that point, they will start to mobilize and see it that, well, there is need that we put the little which we have and contribute towards self-help housing. Right? So it won't be there until you get to a point where we accept that we need to mobilize finances as a community or as individuals. Now, does that mean that the government is not supposed to participate? Again, my answer is no. Self-help housing does not exist in a vacuum. Because when the government withdraws, it leaves a vacuum, which aggravates inequality. But when the government retreats, it's a different story. It retreats and provides a platform for self-help financing to operate. So the government still plays a very important role to make sure that all modalities being put in place to support self-help housing are operating. Laws are required to be put in place. Support mechanisms initiated and driven by the government are supposed to be there. Because at the end of the day, what you want is to see these support mechanisms operating. So self-help housing mechanisms, they sort of complement government efforts. Because there is an extent to which government can go. If the government provides or intervenes in those critical areas where huge capital injections are required, then it becomes much easier for self-help housing finance to take over. If your major infrastructure is there, if your land is there, then it becomes much easier to bring on board self-help housing finance mechanisms. Because we need to create a platform. And our expectation is that the government, being a major funder, should be in a position to provide these major capital injections. So, Chair, my point is that until such a time that both the beneficiaries and the government play a role, systematic inequality will persist in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are very profound thoughts and make me also think maybe Elizabeth can talk about these self-help mechanisms in Africa and how she relates them to the ones in the US, which have also sort of a mix of successful and tragic stories. Let's think about Detroit, for instance. I think of the subprime mortgage crisis, for instance. What are your thoughts? What are your comparison?
Well, I think that that's a stark contrast, actually. There are self-help programs in the United States, most particularly Habitat for Humanity has been one of the largest self-help housing programs in the United States. And they're wonderful programs, they're feel-good programs, but they cannot begin to adequately address the housing need, the great housing need that's in the United States. It is no secret that in a country of great wealth, we still have great problems around people who have no homes. People who are experiencing homelessness is probably one of the great shames of our country. There's a couple of others that I'm not going to talk about at this point, but I'm very saddened by that situation. But then when I look at some self-help programs that we've seen, for example, in Port Elizabeth, and I think Professor Mbanga would do a noble job in talking about some great examples of self-help housing that's not just people participating in the renovation or doing some skills, some light skills in the building of the housing, but that there is a much more deliberate approach in self-help housing so that people are not just building a home, they're building skills, vocational skills. So I think you should invite Professor Mbanga to talk about a great project that's been underway in Port Elizabeth that is a great example of how the municipal government can actually play a role in building that ability for people to not just build their homes, but build skill levels that will give them economic ability to sustain their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Mbanga, I wanted to ask you precisely that question. How can you describe how communities develop processes for accessing, utilizing, and making not only formal but also informal housing finance instruments, and how this is impactful in the provision of housing? What can you tell us of your experience?
Thank you very much for that, Prof. Maybe I'll pick on what Liz just mentioned around the enhanced people's housing process, development in Gqeberha, former Port Elizabeth, in the Woma area, which is a historic township, an informal settlement where communities have worked with government in responding to their housing need. The first thing about that is the need for a community initiative. I think communities, for them to engage the housing development process, they need to be organized. I think we need to appreciate that at that point, there is a role to be played by non-governmental organizations, as it has happened in Woma Township in Gqeberha, Umzi wase-Gqeberha, as they call the umbrella NGO, has been playing a facilitative role in engaging the households within that settlement, which was historic, a stranger's location for the Blacks and the colored people in former Port Elizabeth during apartheid, which is being transformed now into an integrated and sustainable township within the city. So they've got Umzi wase-Gqeberha, which is a facilitator of that. But within the NGO itself, there are different categories or strata of the smaller NPOs that are focusing on the value chain of the housing production, from manufacturing itself, materials, local production of materials that are used in the building of the homes. There is a space for community participation at that level. But again, that part is also coordinated by NGOs. So it's important NGOs and cooperatives, local cooperatives, to emerge at that level. Then there will be those who are playing a role in the area of construction and project management, will be local builders, also organized along NPO lines, coordinated local business whose skills might not be codified by qualifications within Mandela University or the TVET colleges, but they are able to build, they are able to provide plumbing services, they are able to assist in other areas. We don't have serious legal implications like electrification. So you find them coming into that through the construction process, from the foundation to the wall, to the roofing, and even the finishing level. They participate at those levels through different scales. I think that is, for me, that is one model that seems to be working. I would say that in conclusion, that a more housing delivery value chain approach would be more useful in finding spaces intentionally, spaces where communities can participate in different ways. I'm raising this because in a similar project in the Western Cape around the Drakenstein municipality, communities facilitated by an NGO, they also contributed to the financing of the development through community savings in Drakenstein municipality in the Western Cape, through community savings, in which they said they would want to have more bigger and nicer homes with better aesthetics that reflect who they are culturally and socially. So they wouldn't want to use the finishes completely that government was providing in their house. They want to contribute a portion of their own savings in improving the homes so that they reflect who they are culturally, which means even in financing. So they get a bigger home, bigger than the 40 square meter home, to a 50 to a 55 square meter home through household savings and contributions. So through this value chain analysis, looking on the process itself presents opportunities for communities to engage. Something that I may conclude it, I think it's a statement. I want to make this point about poverty and being poor, that it does not mean that you are totally helpless. Being poor doesn't mean that you are totally helpless. In the context of Africa, I've raised this point initially. People continue to provide for their own shelter in the absence of any other intervention, whether through donor aid, government support. This conception of disregarding what people do in the housing continuum, both in rural and urban spaces, is not assisting us all, both in Africa and the global South or the broader diaspora. It is a government policy stance, which is informed by something quite bigger in policy, to completely disregard the fact that people are building homes when we can see through their eyes that they do without any support. So we need to be clear. I think Prof. Shipungu is correct to say that poverty we're talking about might be poverty concentrated in urban spaces where there's a multiplicity of rules and regulations around how to build and with what to build, which may not be relaxed, which may need to be relooked, because in the rural space, those rules don't normally apply that much. There are communal rules in terms of where to build, how to build, with what, in the rural space where I also live. Those rules are managed just to ensure that the rural village represents who you are culturally and socially, but they are not stringent as in national building regulations. I think in the urban space, besides the land, the infrastructure, we must also address the issue of what do we do with the building rules and regulations and standards that would allow rural urban poor to can at least build a better home with government support, with surface land and basic infrastructure. Then what is it that can build with? We haven't really spotted that area. I guess in this conversation of the collaborative and the symposium, we'll be proceeding in the next years to explore what are the learnings from other parts of the global South and the US that we can take forward. Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor Siyekula Manga, and for your valuable experience and contributions. Professor Wasserman, when we look at these finance mechanisms, what we try is obviously we are trying to deliver immediate human settlement outcomes. And in the long term, transform socioeconomic templates. But some people do get access to formal and adequate housing, but some don't. What do you think is missing?
One of the things that's a challenge is having regulations that are understandable to all. Having a system and a process that is understandable to all, and then having that system and process applied across the board to all. And I think that's an important piece. Even in the United States, though, that setup of how do I get assistance is a difficult, it's a challenge to navigate through the system in order to find your way to some sort of help with affordable housing. In my younger days, number of decades ago, I wanted a house, had a manufactured home. It was not very nice, and we had property. And I happened to take a ride into town with a friend of mine who also had another friend who said, "Oh, I found out about this government financing housing thing." And he told me about it, and I had no idea. I ended up getting funded for a very, very nice house that I lived in for almost 20 years. The government helped with the interest rates. And I think more than just helping with the materials, helping to make that house affordable made a huge impact in my life. Can we create something that would help to make housing affordable, but also understandable? And, you know, like I said, in the United States, it was not understandable. It was not advertised. I had no idea. And I was at that time a college graduate. And then we want people whose skill set is not college graduate who may not even, I mean, everything is done in English and, like, how do we communicate all of those difficult steps? And I'm sure Ms. Wells can address that kind of an issue much better than I can. But how do we create something that would be equitable to all folks and then apply it to the people who are there and not exclude? I mean, inclusivity has been mentioned a number of different times. That would be the challenge, I think, that we have.
Thank you very much. Before we go to Patricia and she can tell us about her experience, first a question to Professor Ninka Lima. If you look at these funding mechanisms, do you think they really meet and alleviate the needs of the ones who require them? How effectively in that case?
Yeah, thank you. When you were asking the question earlier, I was thinking, I wanted to say something about the self-help and the state and the responsibilities thereof. And I would start by saying, and I'm sure this has been said before, I mean, my thinking is that housing is a human right, right? We all participate in elections, I'm sure, and I hope, and we all vote, and people come to us and they, promise this and promise that. We will build so many houses. We will make sure that people are off the streets and everything, and we all participate in good faith, hoping that at least our lives will be improved somehow because someone is coming to us and saying, we will do this, we will do that. They probably doing it for their own purposes so that they can get elected, so that perhaps some in good faith might feel passionate about doing that. But I also think that sometimes, too much burden is put on people who have no land, who have no jobs, and at times, because of situations, have no hope. And they have to do things on their own out of desperation, not because they don't want better things in life. Everyone has, they want to live better, have better livelihoods. Their children must have better lives than them, etc., etc. So for me, I think the whole issue of self-help and the state's responsibility and all of that, it boils down to the whole issue of everybody has a right to live a decent life. And sometimes they just are so desperate, folks are so desperate to do that. And then a burden is put on them to do things that are beyond them in a way, with no materials to build. So they will find things to build. With no employment, the people will do everything that they can so that they can provide for their families and provide shelter for their families. So many studies, and I think one of our colleagues at UKZN has written on this, Dr. Mieni, and the projects that he's been doing in Jozini around self-help. And many studies in the field argue that security of land tenure is the most important prerequisite of the self-help incremental housing. And I think that my point around this is that residents in informal settlements would invest their resources, such as their time, their effort, their money, their materials in housing infrastructure, if they feel secure in their residential circumstances. So folks will do everything that they can to build, to live, right? So as simple as that. So I forgot your question, but I'm hoping that I've addressed it in my own way, because I feel that, too much burden is being put on folks, and we all are promised a lot, and nothing is coming. Not to say that folks are not resilient and they just want handouts. Folks can stand up on their own 2 feet, as we have seen. When you look at what is happening in the urban sprawl, it's people trying to provide for themselves and provide shelter for themselves. And we often look down upon that, not to say, so I don't know if I'm getting there, sir, but
Absolutely.
There's something deeper that I'm feeling around this particular issue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. No, that was the point of the question. It's not just about the financial, not about the cash and the numbers. It's also about providing infrastructure, providing the conditions, and providing land. We are also going to talk about the landless in the next round. Patricia, if you look at innovative mechanisms in the last years, which ones would you consider have been successful?
And I want to make sure I heard you. Thank you, sir. Economic mechanisms?
Innovative
Innovative.
ways.
Thank you.
Yes.
In innovation, yes. I think we've touched on it consistently. The collaboration and making sure it's not just the government, it's not just a nonprofit, it's not just a private sector, but all of us coming together to leverage the resources we have, whether it be funding, expertise, access to the land itself, access to the ability to actually develop and build additional units, the ability to work together amongst those public-private partnerships to take existing properties, rehab them, and get them healthy enough so they can become private communities. It's that kind of innovation of the partnership itself that has proven value. I heard a little bit earlier, innovation in the type of housing that we built. Manufactured housing has improved dramatically over the years. Being able to use modular to more quickly develop additional units that can be less expensive and more affordable for the communities that we're speaking to, those of extremely low income and low income communities, making sure in innovation that once the unit is produced, again, that public-private partnership ensures that access to services and jobs and education and healthcare is within the community that has just been built, right? That those newly developed buildings are not just about the bricks and mortar, but about establishing all the social assets that will make a community thrive. And we all know that once a family has a home and feels safely housed, they can concentrate on making sure their children are educated so they then don't become repeating poverty, that healthcare is prevalent so that our elders age gracefully. And again, those children are growing up healthy, and that as communities work together, they are also safe, and that folks feel valued as a part of those community. The question was raised to me a little bit earlier is how do we make sure that once those resources are built, that everyone knows they're available? Again, it comes to the partnerships, the housing authority. We cannot get the word out alone. We try to reach folks where they're at. So we'll utilize our partnerships with churches, community-based organizations, our education organizations, social media. We want as many as possible to know that even though our resources are finite and meager, unfortunately, right now, that they're available. And we want to make sure that we're reaching folks in their language that they speak, their way of communicating, where they sit. Are they using their iPhones? Are they using the internet? Making sure there's equity on access to that information. It really does start with none of us as an island can get it done. Collaboration is the way. And actually the organization that I'm president of, NARO, that is absolutely what we focus on. 19,000 members across the United States. We share these best practices. We do just what we're doing here today, meeting together, sharing those best practices, teaching each other what has been successful in our individual communities so that there's a menu of options for the next leader to be able to take advantage of. We provide a real wealth of professional development skill sets to all the 19,000 members who are housing community development officials, as well as housing authority officials and their staff, to be able to take what we've learned successfully and replicate it. And so those are the innovations, sir, that I have seen thrive. And we've made great progress. But as my dear sister Liz has said, there's so much more work for us to do. And so I'm encouraged by this conversation today that there are so many of us as housers who have a passion to make sure that we're having a global conversation. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Professor Lovemore Chipungu, after listening to Patricia's points, this aspect of cultural communication, you also have these similar issues in South Africa. Which ones would you name? Mechanisms, innovative mechanisms for improving housing provision.
Thank you, Chair. The issue of innovation, you find that from a purely African perspective, is an issue which pertains to how we intervene in people in the low income bracket as far as infrastructure is concerned. Now, what we have seen over the years is that innovation comes in at different levels. On one point, especially among the poor, is that we have seen them going out of their way to make sure that they provide infrastructure on their own, using their own financial mechanisms. Now, that is very critical because at the end of the day, they are able to change their lifestyles. They are able to enter the housing market of decency using their own resources, right? But on the other hand, we see levels of intervention which are very illegal because it's about survival, right? Now, the moment you enter the illegal realm, you find that even that level of innovation becomes unacceptable, right? And because it's unacceptable, then the people are driven back to where they started from, right? So because the mechanisms, the platform is not there for them to apply the level of innovativeness. Now, to me, my point is that we need to get to a point where we provide the platform for people to be innovative. Because the majority of people we're dealing with are people who are in environments which are not acceptable. And Prof. Kgalema did mention this. To what extent can I be innovative if I know that I don't have tenure security? To what extent can I be innovative if I know that the land on which I'm building is not mine? So at the end of the day, our venture into being innovative is curtailed by these factors. Prof. Mbanga did mention the ability of people to expand through self-help mechanisms, people's housing process, right? So to me, that in itself is a very essential innovative approach which the government did put in place to say that, look, we are providing with a platform for you to excel, for you to intervene, for you to come on board and participate, right? And indeed, the government went on to provide institutions which could supply people with information so that when they engage in self-help mechanisms, they know that they're doing the right thing, right? Institutions to provide technical requirements, institutions to provide all those financial linkages. But now the point remains the same. How many people are willing to participate in that approach? How many people are taking advantage of that approach? And Prof. Mbanga gave a response to that. It's because we believe that the people are not capable. Let us provide for them. And this in itself actually shuts off that space for innovation. Because the people will sit back and say that the government shall provide. And that becomes a problem. Because we want people to experiment, to engage with innovation. And that platform is not being experimented to its fullest. So, Chair, if you ask me, I would go back to my initial response where I'm saying that we need that platform to be fully operational in such a way that people can experiment with innovation without fear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You come to the point. And we are also coming to the last round of questions. We will address the landless people. Elizabeth, I will start with you. Can you tell us which modalities you know or you could name about how we provide access to land and housing with adequate qualities to landless people?
Thank you for that question. In my previous capacity as Deputy Director of the Baltimore County Department of Planning, I oversaw neighborhood development programs, and one of the areas of my responsibility was addressing the needs of people who are experiencing homelessness. And the first thing, you have to recognize you can't tackle homelessness without really being honest and looking at the conditions and the causes that people come to be homeless in the first place. And one of the things that the first thing that I think that always struck me is that we tended to dehumanize them. We called them homeless. We didn't call them people who were experiencing homeless. We called them homeless as if they were nameless, faceless people. And we recognize that, lots of people think that, oh, people are homeless because they're mentally ill and they need access to mental health and they need access to, shelters that will continue to institutionalize them. And if you talk to homeless people, you will find that their stories are so much deeper than that. And so the first thing that I recognize that in order to address the issue around homelessness is we have to address the issues of people. And that means ensuring that they are connected to resources and ensuring and understanding that sometimes shelter institutions are not always the answer in addressing their needs. We too often do not listen to people. That I think is one of the critical areas that we need to address. We want to deal with it as a mass wholesale problem. Instead, we really need to focus on case managing people who are experiencing homelessness. What we see in the US is alarmingly is the increasing numbers of women and children and elderly who do not have a place. It's not always about affordability, although that clearly is one of the big issues. But it is also a lack of support. It's a lack of systems that recognize the humanity of people who are experiencing homelessness. We have PhDs that have been living in cars. We have 87-year-old women living in shelters who have no families to support them. And until we start addressing those social issues, they're not necessarily mental health issues, but they're social issues that are present in our community that tends to look the other way. So when you see that person in the middle of the street who's asking you for some change or asking you for a sandwich, most of us dare not have eye contact with them. I confess I'm guilty of that myself. But until we begin to address the human needs of people who are without a place to live, who do not have land, and this is a problem not in just in the urban spaces, but in rural communities where it's less evident, people are living in horrible conditions. One of the things that I thought was quite novel when I went to Australia a few years ago, and looked at just, where do people go to take a bath? Where do they go to use the bathroom? And so when we talk about how nasty they are and how they're doing public urination and stuff like that, one of the things that we have to acknowledge is that if we don't provide those spaces and those services for them to treat them with some dignity and respect, they are not going to behave in a dignified and respectful manner. We cannot expect that. We have to recognize that homelessness is not their problem. It is our problem. And we have a responsibility, an ethical responsibility, to make sure that we treat people as people all the time and recognize the humanity in each other. Until we do that, in a country like the United States, we are not going to solve that problem because it's horrific. And to look at the problem here in South Africa and in other African nations where homelessness is also a horrible condition. We, as people in this global society, have to stop using class as a way to withhold resources and services to people and recognize the humanity in all of us. It is creating a soulless global community. We can do better. We absolutely can do better. If we can subsidize corporations and give them enormous tax breaks, we can certainly help humans find access to shelter and housing that restores their dignity, promotes a healthy environment for them, which hopefully will then help restore them to productive citizens within the economic vitality of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for these words. Regrettably, I need to stop now the round of questions, but I think we have wrapped it up with Elizabeth's statement on the issue of landless people. I thank you very much for your participation. Before finishing, I would like to give the stage to Professor Pius Tanga, Deputy Dean at the Faculty for Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of Fort Hare. If we could address the panel with his words.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and organizers of this symposium. I'm so grateful that you've given us as University of Fort Hare this opportunity to say a few words. I'm also sorry that I had to join very late because of load shedding, and the internet has not been very friendly. The connection has been given a lot of problems. I'm Pius Tanga. I am the Deputy Dean for Research, Partnership and Innovation and in the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities. I'm standing in for Professor Neros, the Dean of the Faculty. The issue of reimagining and configuring our post-colonial democratic area spaces, particularly urban environment, lies at the center of the discussions of the past few days. At the University of Fort Hare, our Human Settlement Program has been sized with teaching and exposing our students with these themes and issues through our Bachelor of Human Settlement Program or degree. I'm also aware that our students have made presentations of their research work to this forum, and we are very appreciative of that because conferences give a room for students and staff to network and look for possible collaboration. We are grateful to have been to have contributed to this platform and discussions, but more so, we are also grateful to have been party to the conceptualization of the symposium. This occasion has brought together a rich and a diversified range of partners from academia and professional bodies in human settlements and housing from across Africa and the United States of America. The elevation of issues of diaspora is timeless, very timeless, and is also appropriate as we share our views of common problems and possible solutions to uplifting our communities. I want to extend a special word of thanks to the Dean of the School of Built Environments at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and his capable team, as well as other participating universities. I want to especially thank and commend the work of the USA Africa Collaborative and the Institute of Human Settlement Practitioners. We look forward to nurturing long-term research, focused partnership with colleagues in Africa, USA, and further afield. I want to thank you for your commitment to making a change, a material change to communities through rigorous debates, focused research, and lively policy discussions. The University of Fort Hare stands ready to collaborate, to continue with all stakeholders in this important journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. I would then ask now Samuel or Shakila, do you think we have a couple of minutes for questions from the audience?
We have run over time. I'm not sure whether you want to take one, Samuel.
Yes, I think we can just take a few questions, maybe 2 or 3.
Okay, I think just make sure that the questions are very short and to the point, and the responses, so that we don't infringe on the next panel time. Thanks, Prof. You can continue.
We can just also, I can read a question that has been posted in the Q&A and leave it as a rhetoric question for you to think and move forward. It reads like this: moving forward, what will be your recommendations? Should we put this all on the government, or should communities and organizations, private or public, play a major part in assisting? And the second part of the question would be, if all these sectors listed above contribute towards the development of the housing sector, are growing and changes feasible? And I think what we learned from this session and from this conference in general is that we need to talk to each other, not only on the academic level, but also with all sectors. We have different economies. We are connected now so easily. And we see that we have similar problems and challenges to solve. So this dialogue, improved dialogue, not only will avoid repeating the errors of the past, but also emulating the success stories. Because as much as bad financial times can ruin the small economies of families searching to solve their individual housing dilemmas, good housing policies ensure them fair and solid solutions that last for generations. It's not just about me, also about my children and possibly grandchildren. So thank you very much for your participation again in this round of discussion, and I hope to see you soon. Shakila, you can close the session. And
Thank you. We continue on the same platform with the next panel.
Professor Lovemar Chipungu, thank you also very much for your participation. And
We really appreciate your presence. Thank you very much for chairing the panel.
it was my pleasure.
Thank you,
Samuel,
everyone.
Thank you. Samuel, you can take over.
Yes, thank you very much. We're all welcome to the second session, which is the student panel in the 2022 Pan-African Housing Conference. This morning, in this student panel, as a way of introduction, let me tell you, my name is Medaye Samuel. I'm a PhD candidate in the Department of Town and Regional Planning at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where I'm working on a wide array of theories and concepts that deals with urban and infrastructure development. Looking at the subject of this conference, the Pan-Africa Housing Conference, we're basically focusing on the issue of housing, which most stakeholders, industry experts, old, young, believe should be a right, a basic need, as the case may be. However, the world over is currently challenged by the situation of unaffordable and poor housing. It is currently projected that by 2025, the world would have had a stock of 1.6 billion people without proper housing, ranging from in housing which are substandard, those who are homeless and things like that. All of these have been enumerated by agencies of government. The World Bank attests to this. Furthermore, the countries world over have also discovered that housing provision, the costs of housing, has outstripped the capacity of the earnings of the various residents within the city. So you have a situation in which people spend almost three times their earning on their housing, which puts them at very precarious situation. This is a serious challenge that needs to be looked at. A study by the Worldwide Finance in 2021 asserted, and this was a worldwide study of about 200 cities, and it was shown that 90% of the housing provided across the world are not affordable for those that they are being provided for, because their resources are not actually in proper consonance with the kind of housing that is being provided. And you look at this from the standpoint of the materials for this construction, the capital needed, the space needed, and all of these factors put together is making it very, very challenging for households, for residents to respond appropriately to the issue of their housing. Let it be very clear. The challenges of housing is not limited to Africa. According to the President of the United States of America, he said that currently USA is at a deficit of 1.5 million households. Currently, that is the situation in America. At the moment, United Kingdom has a deficit of 1.4 million housing need. Going to the United Arab Emirates, currently there's a housing deficit of over 600,000 housing units, which is missing. Then bringing it down to Africa. The country with the largest population in Africa, with about 200 million, Nigeria, has a housing deficit of about 17 to 22 million. South Africa, a deficit of about 2.1 million. So this shows you that the challenges of housing is a global issue. It is not limited to any space. It is not limited to any race. It is an issue that has to be given a holistic appraisal and coming up with an integrated solution to appraise this challenge. This morning, this is the issue that we wish to bring to the fore. This has been enumerated by the panel members in the first session, the experts in the field. But we do not want to lose the track of how these challenges resonate with the youth in this space. And this is the reason why the student panel has been brought up. With me anchoring this morning is Elson Nash. I don't know if Elson is online. Elson Nash is from the University of Baltimore, Maryland, currently doing his PhD in public administration. Elson, if you're online, can we see you?
I don't see Elson online.
Okay, I'll just go on without him then. As members of the panel, I have a 5-member panel that will start with me. Then afterwards, I would have students from, I would have 3 students from Bauer State University being upgraded to the panel session. But to start with, I have Luyanda Innocenta Makoba, a master's student in housing degree in University of KwaZulu-Natal. She is currently the chairperson of Institute of Housing Practitioners, the student forum in University of KwaZulu-Natal. If Luyanda Makoba is online, please show yourself. Is Luyanda here?
Yes, Luyanda is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Please switch on your camera and let the panel see your face. It is very important.
Okay. Greetings, everyone. As Mr. Madiase has mentioned, my name is Luyanda Makoba, a current Master of Housing candidate, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity and wish for a very informative and eye-opening panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also on this panel, I will have Luandile Mayoni, who is a master's in town and regional planning student in University of KwaZulu-Natal. He has a bias in spatial planning and community development. You will all agree with me, the issue of space and community development is critical in housing supply and addressing the challenge. Luandile Mayoni, if you're here, let's have you.
Yes, I'm here. Sam, thank you for the introduction. As he has mentioned, my name is Luandile Mayoni, a town and regional planning master's student. Yeah, I would also like to thank the opportunity to being part of such a massive conference with exquisite academics, hoping that we have a successful discussion and learn more about the urban space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On this panel, I will be having Khair Hussaini, who is a master's student in environmental management, Federal University of Technology, Mina. Khair, if you're here, please identify.
Yes. I'm here. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Umul Khair Hussein, and I am a master's student of environmental management here in Minna, and I am so happy and excited to be part of this panel as it will bring forth a lot of educative and innovative experiences for me. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Umul. The next person, member of this panel is Babongile Moto. She's a master's student in human settlement development at Nelson Mandela University, South Africa. Babongile, if you're here, let us see you. Babongile Moto, are you here?
Yes, he is.
Then umasipala xa sekuqedile umsebenzi ayise i-CDC imali. Then i-CDC athathe.
Okay, while Babongile is preparing herself, let us have the next person, and that's Tanya Banso, University of Maryland. She's a real estate development expert in that field. Tanya, if you're here, let us have you.
Good morning, everyone. Very good morning from the United States of America. Very happy to be here. As Samuel said, I am Tanya Bansal. I am actually a student and on the faculty side here as well. So I transitioned. I came to the United States as a student, so I'll be very excited to share my 2 cents here on this panel. So very excited, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Without wasting any further time, I want to set the ball rolling. And first of all, I want to give each of our panelists 1 minute plus, maybe, to make an opening remark. Luyanda, you have the stage. Luyanda Makoba, you have the stage. Your opening remark.
Yeah, so the opening remark was on describing the housing situation in our countries. And in the South African housing situation is that there is a lack of affordable housing provision, and that we're still facing an increasing housing backlog. In 2019, the housing backlog was reported to be standing at 2.3 million houses, and is growing by approximately 178,000 houses a year. And one can argue that it seems like neither of the private or public sector seems to be able to close that gap. With that being said, this poses great challenges to the youth because in South Africa, the majority of population is accommodated by the youth, and the majority of them are in a position where they seek affordable housing to alleviate the impact of the everyday challenges. So I'm sure one is wondering, okay, in South Africa, there is a number of households, because if you're looking at the age of the youth in South Africa, it's people between the ages of 15 and 24. And then you find that there are households where a 15-year-old looks after his or her siblings because the parents maybe have passed on. So usually the household condition is not adequate for one to live in. Either they have no electricity or proper sanitation or even a proper housing structure. And then you find your 19 to 24-year-old youth who find jobs but unable to afford a unit in the CBD to rent because the rent ceilings are set too high. So these are some of the challenges the South African youths are faced with. However, there is also opportunities. The government is doing all in its power to provide housing in the various housing programs in place. For example, your social housing program and the upgrading of informal settlements program, where informal settlements are giving back the integrity and habitability through upgrading, either providing adequate water and sanitation in facilities. So a great example is the Flamingo Crest in Cape Town, which was upgraded in 2014. So as we all know, informal settlements are dominated by the youth, and bringing back the integrity of these settlements offloads the burden of having to worry about where one can get water and so on. So as much as South African housing challenges surpass the opportunities, at least something is great, something is done to alleviate these impacts. However, my question lies in what are we as the youth doing to ensure that we open up opportunities to address the housing challenges that we're facing? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening remark. Further to that, Khair, please, can you give us your opening remark? Khair, give us your opening remark.
Okay, so about it has actually been an issue because population in Nigeria is still very much growing, and housing demands are not being met by the provision of housing in the country. So it has been a real issue in every part of Nigeria. And sources of housing finance are not really adequate, or are not really taking care of the needs of people and the demands of people, because mortgage institutions and giving loans are having issues with giving certain loans and retrieving those loans from people. And so even for individuals that are working and earning a living, it's really an issue to access housing, because you have a situation whereby a house is often maybe over 10 times a family's annual income in Nigeria. So how do you match up to that eventually? How do you pay for that? And so for the youths that are majorly unemployed, it is a real problem for them, as accessing housing is very expensive for them. It's very, and so they have been subjected to a situation whereby they just have to try to live within their means. And that is a huge problem, as you see them squatting, you see them living in environments that are very unhealthy, very unstable for them, because that is what they can afford. So that is an actual problem in Nigeria. But then you have opportunities. Sometimes you have housing loan schemes for youths, but then the problem is, even at that, they really cannot pay. So even the opportunities in Nigeria are actually faced with problems as well. That is what I have.
Thank you very much, Khair, for your opening remark. That situation resonates very, very well with me, as I can relate with what you're talking about. Luandile Mayoni, please give us your opening remark.
Okay, thank you, Sam, for the opportunity. Housing is also a fundamental human right in South Africa, and everyone deserves to obviously have a roof over their heads. However, the reality remains that many families in the country, particularly low-income areas and single family homes, struggle to afford this necessity. With the obviously Department of Human Settlements having an estimated 2 million housing backlog, which is a high number, has an average of 6 people per family, which then is also another alarming number. And since the people continue to put their needs at a disadvantage, we look at how housing plays a huge role in someone's life. So I think many of the issues that already have been discussed by my colleagues pertain about the cycle of poverty, which emanates from where the youth grow up from, and the settlements that they live in, which then deprives them of opportunities such as education and the knowledge space around human settlements and housing. So it is then very critical that we also play a role as students in allowing such platforms and to go back to our roots and provide that platform to also other people of our age and the youth involved. So I think that is where I will draw my conclusions regarding this opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tanya Bansal, as a real estate expert, I would like you to give your opening remark, but then let me pass this message to all our panelists. We would advise that you have your camera on so that the audience can relate with you. So please leave your camera on, except if you have network issue that would affect it. Okay, Tanya, let's have you.
Thank you for the question. And I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but like I said, I'll definitely give my 2 cents. So, as Samuel already kind of mentioned in his opening remarks, if we talk about the housing situation in the US and in the world, it's crazy right now. It's like the low inventory, the competition, and massive price gains have battered buyers since 2020. But now rapidly rising mortgage rates are making it even harder to purchase an affordable house. So for many buyers, and especially for the youth, higher mortgage rate means they can no longer afford house in specific price ranges. The problem is that even modest single-family home cost as much as lavish pads did a few years ago. So buyers are stuck either waiting for more inventory to come online or moving to a more affordable area. And there are many more who are hoping prices will drop, but that will not happen anytime soon. The Fed has promised another interest rate boost. And Fannie Mae predicts that prices will go up in 2022 for the rest of the year by about 10%. And they also forecast a significant cool down in 2023. We will see if that actually will happen. I don't think so. I think with the millennials who were born, millennials, we call them here the youth, who is the current home buyer market between, who were born between 1981, 1996, are the ones who are going into the market. And one of the problems has been, is that there has been an increase in the home ownership as well. So that's been, increase in the home ownership, increase in the number of buyers, but decrease in the inventory has led to this major issue. And this youth is fighting challenges with the increase in mortgage rates and increase in the availability of the houses, affordable housing, as something they would like, they can buy. So that's what I would like to say, that it's really difficult to find an affordable house here in the US right now at the current, like for the younger youth, for the millennials who are just entering the housing market.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for that opening remark. I've just been told by the technical team that Elson Nash has come online. So Elson, if you're here, you can show your face briefly, and then we'll continue. Elson Nash.
Good morning. I'm online.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
So let's move on. The first round of questions that will be taken for our panelists will be looking at the issue of contested spaces. You will agree with me that several contested spaces coexist side by side within the contemporary African city system. And I want Luyanda Makoba to please throw a little light on the typology of these contested spaces within the South African city system. Luanda?
Oh, sorry about that. I had a technical issue. That's the question that I was, I would say, struggle with. However, with my understanding, with that, I would say when it comes to contested publics that coexist within contemporary Pan-African cities on the continent is where we look at aspects such as debates around informality and how spaces should be used to eliminate the marginalization that exists in our cities. So as a housing student, I believe when it comes to informality, for example, it is now taking over our city spaces, and I feel like it should not be looked at a negative manner. However, it should be looked at a positive way because it's an alternative for urban poor, and we should embrace it and include it in our spaces. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Khair, can you take us through your knowledge of contested spaces in Nigeria and how informality has increased these contested spaces, public spaces?
So my understanding of contested spaces is that they're basically social spaces where cultures meet, ideologies are exchanged through various interactions, social, cultural, economic interactions. So it is safe to say that, and I understand that they include streets, town squares, shopping malls, markets, motor parks, beaches, parks, and all of these places where people interact. So they are potentially sites of conflict and resistance and protest due to the nature of these interactions, of course, and the various divides that exist within those spaces. So in Nigeria, for instance, the divides would include gender, class, religion, ethnicity, and informality is a reflection of self-help strategies. So by urban citizens to fill a gap that is created by urbanization, they are bringing alternatives in a way that betters their lot, if I may say so, due to limited government response or interventions. So informality could be in various forms. It could be informal housing, it could be informal economic activities or transport activities, all of which are illegal, of course. But then it leads to how it affects or it increases the challenges, already existing challenges of contested spaces would be through overpopulation, of course, or overcrowding, traffic congestion, all of this population decay in infrastructure, religious and ethnic conflicts, disregard for law and order, increase in crime rates, and emergence of unsafe environments. So that is what I have to say about contested spaces.
Thank you very much, Umo, for your knowledge of contested spaces, and you have been able to lead us in the way these contested spaces foster or increase informality within our cities. And you would agree with me that the issue of contested spaces is a major challenge that most African cities are grappling with. The complete neglect for standards, the neglect for order, the neglect for appropriate provision of infrastructure and services, which is the hallmark of informality, is a major driving force that has further exacerbated the issues of these contested spaces and have increased it across our spaces in Africa. The next question will be handled by Luandile Mayoni. I want you to tell us the complexity associated with urban arena in which rights are negotiated or priced or practiced. The complexities associated with urban arena in which rights are negotiated or practiced.
Well, okay, thank you, Sam, again. Well, in my understanding, the urban arena, which is a groundbreaking collaborative specifically designed to utilize the knowledge of the many, where ideas come to build reality, and then there's no limits to how we learn about our own imaginations. It also looks at the contested publics, which are debates around certain issues pertaining marginalization, categorized by race, gender, nationality in our urban fabric. It also draws closely to the intersectionality of issues, where public issues face, and then how we can incorporate them into our cities. So these complexities are associated with the areas. Maybe we could look at the inclusivity, social spatial issues, collaborative planning, and also it looks at how social spatial justice is an issue where that it arises the question, who has the rights to the city? So we come from a history plagued with exclusion, which has ultimately manifested into the current urban fabrics. So in other cases, our urban areas are built on rational planning, which has an infamous reputation for marginalization that can be seen by how inhabitants of urban areas access the experience of city differently, depending on their race, their gender, and their nationality, and also looking at their class as well. So then, whereby our urban planning is not necessarily a reflection of our inhabitants or inhabitants of our everyday lives, it is very influenced by the notion of planning for the people and planning with the people, which ultimately causes a unique need, no experience to everyone who's involved. So in a nutshell, it's vital that progressive planning values inclusivity and diversity. So moving forward, we also need to rethink planning as a participatory process that reconciles the everyday rights of everyone as an inhabitant of an urban space, so that we develop decisions that enable urban spaces to reflect public political actions by engaging and negotiating the rights to the inhabitants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haven't heard all the arguments concerning contested spaces and all these issues coming up in terms of concept and theory on how this issue can be managed. Tanya Bansal, can you relate with the issue of contested spaces as a situation in America? Do you have any, can you relate with this idea?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for the question. Yes, even though America's planning process has evolved over time and is mature, I would say, as compared to some other places, we still face challenges of contested space in the United States. For instance, I mean, the use of public spaces like roads, parks, and streets. Should roads be used only for cars, or can they be used by cyclists as well? For instance, sidewalks, should it be only used by pedestrians, or can it be used by what we see these days, electric scooters as well? Similarly for parks, I mean, you know, should parks be only allowed to use by the pets, or traditionally what they've been used only for people? And streets, like other people have mentioned, public spaces, you know, monuments, statues, memorials, and other street names, should they be torn down, renamed because of its symbolism to a legacy of racism? So a lot of issues. So in short, I would say this is definitely a problem in American cities, as government, developers, and community stakeholders must decide on how to reimagine public spaces here in the US cities.
Thank you very much for that response. Thank you very much. I'll quickly move to the next round of questions. And it is the questions that deal with the issue of climate change. Climate change is a new entrant to our urban challenge. There's a problem that is globally acclaimed. We can relate with it at different levels because its impact is far-reaching for urban residents and even those in the rural area. Luyanda? Can you tell us your understanding of the situation with climate change, especially how it affects African cities?
Thank you, Sam. Climate change, I would say, is a very concerning and critical issue, especially in human settlements and our cities. Not so long ago in Durban, we were affected by the heavy floods, which seriously impacted human settlements and our cities. I agree that climate change is a challenge in human settlements because it results in environmental hazards that poses social, economic, and environmental aftermath challenges in our settlements. So climate change is still going to be a pressing issue if we're not doing something to address it. For example, when cities are designed, they create unique microclimates that affect variables, including temperature and wind. The urban heat island is one of the resultants of the city design and a major contributor to climate change. Therefore, when designing cities, it is of importance to acknowledge the usage of sustainable materials and designs. And when looking at human settlements as a whole, it is now time to create a human settlement resilience strategy to ensure that while we're still trying to address the climate change, the aftermath does not, we should ensure that the aftermath does not impact our people, the economy, and the environment. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that response. At this point, I want to hand it over to Elsa Nash to take the discussion further.
Thank you so much, Samuel. And once again, we are focused on this issue of climate change in our individual communities and climate change worldwide. And so, Husani, what are the current challenges of climate change that your city has had to battle over in recent times? So what are those challenges of climate change in your city that you've had to battle in recent times?
Thank you. So my city is Minna, and it is actually located in the north central part of Nigeria. So it lies within the Guinea Savannah belt of the country. And yes, when it has high temperatures based on the region of the country, it's supposed to be between, let's say, 30 to 33 degrees Celsius when it is high. But in recent times, Minna has been recording very high temperatures, rising temperatures in the past 5-6 years, temperatures between or above 40 to 42 degrees Celsius, 43 degrees. Like a report in 2019 actually showed that there were rising and problems, health problems for the inhabitants. Okay, and then flooding as well has been an issue. We have heavy downpour of rain for long periods. And then in 2019, for instance, flooding actually claimed 3 lives, killed 3 people. In 2020, about 2 communities in Minna were submerged by flood after 2 days of heavy rainfall, nonstop. Houses, farmlands, fish ponds were all ravaged. And in the same 2020, flooding washed away properties and houses in another part of town. So all parts of the city have experienced flooding in the past 5 years, because apart from the effects of climate change, we still have activities that are not in check, human activities, and of course, poor drainage facilities within the city. So it is causing a bit of an issue. And then erosion as well. has been a problem due to the same reasons. A study in 2014 actually pointed out over 40 gullies within the city. So it is a problem in Nigeria. That is basically what we are facing in my city of Minna with regards to climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Essentially, climate change is real in the local and global context, and the effects of things like erosion are critically important for all of us, particularly city leaders, to understand. And so, Babagile, what effort is your city making in terms of adaptation and mitigation of these climate change issues that affect us globally, but most importantly, in your city? Can you expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah, Olsen, I think Mamoto can take that question.
I'm sorry, Moto? Once again, the question is, what effort is your city making?
Momotsi, you can take that question.
Okay, greetings to the panel at large and the viewers at home. For administrative errors, my initial name and picture was not on the poster. But to just briefly introduce myself quickly, my name is Bongani. I'm a fourth year student at Nelson Mandela University. I'm studying a Bachelor of Human Settlements Development. Thank you for the question, Mr. Nash. I think obviously global warming, which is affecting climate change, is a phenomenon that is affecting every aspect of the world, and it is producing gruesome and very harsh results. For instance, in South Africa, we had recently had the floodings in KZN, and which were not synonymous or exclusive to that region alone. But I'm based in Port Elizabeth. So here in Port Elizabeth, there has not been very harsh or extreme weather damages due to climate changes. But what I am knowledgeable of is that the government in this side is having programs of combating climate change in terms of making greener environment, combating every small factors that are affecting the exposure or the enhancement of climate change, such as pollution, such as reducing the carbon footprint by using material that is reusable in a variety of facets, like your retails. You've got more materials that are used that are more reusable in terms of they're shifting from the plastic or the polymers side of manufacturing into more paper use in terms of the everyday retail interactions. So as it stands, Port Elizabeth, I'm sure South African panelists would agree, we have not experienced extreme weather problems in terms of climate change. So the government on this side is still keeping it minimalistic, and as per the conditions and the status quo of how the climate change is treating us this side.
Thank you for sharing insights on Port Elizabeth, Bongani. You know, your example of the incremental changes, particularly around issues like manufacturing and sustainability of products, really is something that can touch on individual lives on a daily basis. So those insights were very important. Luwandile Manyoni, please share what lessons on climate change that you think that other African countries can take from your country. So taking those lessons from your country, what can other African countries learn?
Okay, thank you. Well, globally, I think we can all agree that the response to climate change has gradually been gaining momentum as the impact of climate change continues to unfold upon us. But despite this, it is also evident that no country has truly mastered all the requirements elements to reach a utopian climate change adaptation strategy, especially considering that climate change is a global phenomena that requires everyone to contribute towards making that change. Nevertheless, African countries will always bear the most challenges in any social issue or global issue that arise. And there is no lie that there is still a long way for us to go for this for the continents to fully acknowledge that climate change is an existing and urgent issue for the purposes of reaching resilience. In the context of South Africa, which is the country I was born in, it is increasingly apparent that delays in responding to climate change over the past decades have jeopardized human lives and livelihoods. While there's a slow progress towards mitigation the focus is now on shifting development plans and systems to adapt to the impact of climate change. So before looking at responding to climate change in South Africa, I think we first need to understand who exactly or what exactly, why exactly do we need this climate change? So just to briefly answer that, I think we need to understand that there are resource-dependent households or communities or villages, in fact, that especially in the rural areas where the environment is particularly harsh and they are notably vulnerable and become vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Hence, there is limited means to buffer their livelihoods from the anticipated damages from the climate change models. So while in South Africa, we have developed Earth system science research programs that underpin the climate change scenarios, and we have also developed these systems on the South African region. We have established resource or research on the biophysical impacts of climate change on key sectors, including water, related issues, or agriculture and biodiversity as well, that integrates all the climate change scenarios. But despite this, there's been a further research that is needed in the number of areas such as climate impacts on cities and the built environment. But one important lesson on climate change that other African countries may adopt is to first formulate national climate response legislations that can be translated into policies so that adaptation is mainstreamed in everyday lives and practices for longer term planning by all spheres of government. So also another lesson that I think climate change needs to be adapted by other countries in that in terms of climate change, which is a phenomenon that has been viewed as a permanent cause, it should be therefore encouraged that ongoing research and mitigation strategies must and not be seized in order to implement adaptation programs related to long-term climate change initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful insights, really taking it down from the perspective of villages, system science, research programs, the biophysical impacts. But most impactful is the formulation of that national climate policies and ongoing research. So those insights that you provided were excellent. And we hope we can continue to hear more about the work that you are doing that can impact the continent of Africa. And so as we look across the waters, let's hear from Tanya Bansal about what's happening in the United States. How is your country being impacted by the challenges of climate change? And what are the current responses?
Thank you for the question, Nash. When I read that question, I was looking at an article, and then, I came across this information, which, yes, it's a global challenge for all of us, like the housing, affordable housing. And, the floods, droughts, and wildfires that we see here on the West Coast and hurricanes made worse by the climate change could cost US federal budget about $2 trillion each year, which is like a 7.1% loss in annual revenue by the end of the century, as mentioned by White House in one of the articles. And if we talk about in terms of economic impact, the overall climate change will harm the US economy, even with the modest amounts of warming. The US economy would stand to lose between about 1% to 4% of its GDP annually by the end of the century through effects to labor and the energy sector alone under a high emission scenario. So United States, again, this, based on my research on it, this United States is committed to making the Conference of Parties the turning point in global efforts to address climate crisis, mobilizing a whole of government approach. The United States is scaling up action at home and abroad to put the world on a path to reaching net zero emissions by 2050. I think we kind of all know that a little bit. And a year with lower emissions would require deeper cuts to meet the same percentage goal. Consider the Biden administration's central climate goal, cut domestic greenhouse emissions 50 to 52% levels by 2030, then zero out emissions completely by 2050. We know the first part, which is 52% is less than, it's almost just 8 years away. So, the US is taking initiatives, in terms of, there are many other initiatives broadly, and we'll see how things happen actually in reality over the next few years. It's a big challenge, and a challenge very difficult to tackle, but it's very critical for everything, for housing that we are all talking about. And I think the whole world has to come together to tackle this challenge.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Your insights around what could motivate policymakers in the United States, particularly the economic costs of climate change, might be the silver bullet, as they say, to get them to think deeper. When you talk about 1% to 4% of GDP annually changing, that's significant to make people think twice about changing their daily patterns that affect the whole world. So with that, I'm going to pass it back on to Brother Samuel to take us through some of the questions or insights around infrastructure in this next segment. Samuel?
Thank you so much, Nash, for that session. Thank you, every member of the panel, for this wonderful insight that you have all given from the African side, from the US side, on the challenges that we're confronted with as regards climate change. I want to switch gear to the third round of questions, but before I do that, I would want the technical unit to help me upgrade Elijah Boluwatife Oguniran, Anthony Haskins, and Bola Akinlaja from Bowie State University to this panel session. Please upgrade them to the panel session.
I'm here, I think.
Oh, good. I guess this is Bola Akinlaja, right?
Yes.
And I have Elijah Boluwatife. Bola, can you please give a brief introduction of yourself very quickly?
All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Bola Metirin Akinlaja. I am originally from Nigeria, but I currently study at Bowie State University. I'm taking my master's in business administration. I'm the Dart Lab Research Assistant and a Junior Data Analyst. And it feels so nice to be here because I had like a few notes to give. I don't know if I can, but as Useni had said, part of the difficulties we had when I was in Nigeria was when it rains, it affects the electricity. So when it rains, we literally have to like keep looking if like the light hasn't gone out. And when it goes out, there's usually no manpower follow-up to check if what is wrong with it can be fixed immediately. So most times they stall. And when they stall, the amount that is used to fix increase. So therefore, we as the citizens have to bear the cost. So they increase electricity. So sometimes we don't even have light, but our electricity bills increase. Now, if electricity bills increase, we still have water bills, we still have all other things. Now, this adds to the problem of the citizens. Then again, as a youth in Nigeria, in order for you to be able to get an apartment, you can literally get an apartment that is so expensive, but you can't even fit like through your door to enter the kitchen. So there is a point and there's a time where it's like, even though housing is expensive, it doesn't guarantee quality, or it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get what you want. And provided that you're not even getting what you want, it could rain today and you won't have electricity. It has happened for months. They've spoken to us about the power outage going out and nobody's doing anything. No one is saying anything. Now we're going to, we're importing raw materials, we're just doing a lot of things that is constantly affecting, because we already have established that there is already underlying problems that we have. So it's like there is now more problems that are added that are so unnecessary, and like they could be avoided if like proper things were put in place. So yeah, and I also wanted to add the last one, that we import raw materials. Now, when it comes to housing, we talk about labor. We talk about cost of production. Now imagine a country having to now import. We have those natural resources, but we just don't have the machines or whatever it is that we need to process it. So what we do is we take it from our country, take it outside, then buy it back. It really doesn't make sense. So that's like my concern about the Nigerian housing industry in general. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Bola, for that insight. Elijah Bolo-Atifoye Oguniro, please introduce yourself and briefly take us through.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elijah Oguniro. I'm a student of Bo State University, a master's student in business administration, and I'm from Nigeria. I've only spent 6 months in the United States, so I would like to talk more about Nigeria as a whole. And just like how Bola and Hussaini explained more about Nigeria issues, majorly, I think Nigeria issues is mainly from two aspects. One from the government, and the other part is from the grassroots. An average Nigerian is less concerned about rules and regulations in Nigeria, and governments are less concerned about how an average Nigerian can understand what and rules to abide with. For example, just like what Hussaini said about the climatic change in Nigeria. Right now, an average Nigerian is less concerned about climatic change, and they don't even know what climatic change is in Nigeria. So the effects of climatic change in Nigeria right now is more of it. And the situation in Nigeria right now is pertaining to how each and everyone can just have a brief understanding of what climatic change is and how they can develop strategies in order to tackle climatic change. And every Nigeria is less concerned about that. And from the grassroots, students don't even know what like the changes in the climatic right now. They just probably they think probably it's a spiritual problem also. So I think once the government tries as much as possible to bring in adequate educational facilities that would bring in the climatic change into like that would expose Nigerians into the effect of climatic change, then I think there will be a good a good progress in how Nigerians attend to the problem which is caused by climatic change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insight. Incidentally, the last two speakers have been Nigerians, and they feel strongly about the challenges back home. God heal Nigeria. Anthony Haskins, can you introduce yourself and give a brief remark?
Hello, my name is Anthony Haskins. I am a graduate student working towards my master's degree in public policy, public administration, with an emphasis in public policy and government management. The difficulties here in the United States as far as housing is multi-layered, from finance to availability and global warming. I would use one of our major cities as an example of having all three of those issues all at once would be Miami, Florida. Miami is a city which is below sea level, where the sea levels are rising, which one is negatively impacting the infrastructure of that city. We actually had a building in that city collapse because of global warming issues, where a few dozen people actually died. But Miami is also one of the most expensive cities to live in within the United States. So now we have an issue of finance, shortage of available housing, and we have a rising sea level in that city. And there are several other cities that are having that issue here within the United States. Along with the financial sector, we have a unique situation where the financial sector here in the United States are buying up houses and using them as assets, like you would buy stock. And when they buy up these houses, they hold on to these homes and don't sell them for 10, 20 years at a time. So that means that if they buy 200 houses, that means that there are 200 houses with for the next 10 to 15 years that are unavailable for people to purchase. So like I said, here in the United States, it is multi-layered. Some of the same issues that my Nigerian brothers and sisters are dealing with as far as global warming, we're dealing with those things here. And it just so happens that the biggest impact of global warming happens to be in working class communities and ethnic communities of color, mostly Black and Hispanic communities.
Thank you very much for that wonderful insight, Anthony Haskin. And at this point, I want to go to our last round of questions, after which I'll hand it over to Elson, who will round up this panel session and discussion for us, and we'll call it a day. The next round of questions, first, Luyanda, you said the creation of a functional city system requires the provision of primary, secondary infrastructure, both on-site and off-site. Can you tell us the experience in terms of infrastructure provision in your country?
So yeah, infrastructure networks in my country includes your transport system, power, communications networks, sewage, and water. And these infrastructure networks are supposed to be good and accessible to everyone. However, in South Africa, that is still a challenge, especially in areas that were previously marginalized, such as your peri-urban areas and rural areas and some parts of the urban areas. So the story with infrastructure in South Africa is that it is slowly becoming sustainable. For example, your spaghetti junctions on national roads, bus roads in townships such as KwaMashu. So in a way, they're trying to bring it to life and make it sustainable. However, the issue of financing the infrastructure becomes a hindrance. In peri-urban areas, yes, there is infrastructure, but there is poor maintenance. In the rural areas, there are still gravel roads. Some still do not have electricity, nor communication networks, and lack of sewage and water. So in my view, South African infrastructure has a very negative impact in the creation of sustainable human settlements, because in some instances, you find that there is a housing project that is coming, but it would take years to implement because in the area, bulk infrastructure lacks or there is none. So now the project should be put on hold while sorting out bulk infrastructure issues. And also the issue of load shedding has been detrimental to people of South Africa. Food is spoiled and inconsistency increases, which impacts livelihoods. So I think the issue of who's responsible for infrastructure well-being in South Africa should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luanda, for that insight concerning the infrastructure that needs to be provided. I thought Bongani Moto was here just now. I would have asked you to give us, no, Bongani is here, Babongile Moto. I would have asked you to give us a brief insight from your end in terms of infrastructure, on-site and off-site. How does this relate with you? Babongile Moto. Okay, Bongani, you can help out.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I think more than anything else, what we need to understand about housing in general in South Africa is that it has an economic divide, and the divide is that and which this divide then manifests itself in spatially. You've got your upper class and you've got the working and poor majority class, and spatially that translates in such a way that the lower class then has a situation where they have informal settlements, and the informal settlements, when we're speaking about infrastructure and service systems, is that they lack, because even the configuration of the informal settlements themselves, they don't obey many special guidelines, building regulations, because they are not regulated, and in fact they are informal in nature. So when you go to a place like Motherwell, you go to a place like Senior Brighton here in Port Elizabeth, which is prominent with townships and informal settlements dwellings, there are 0 to none service infrastructures. They lack proper sanitation. They lack a proper supply and sustainable electricity supply. They lack stormwater drainage systems. Hence, we're speaking about climate changes. So you get that divide here, and in fact, it's like that throughout South Africa, because South Africa records the biggest and largest levels of inequality, and that inequality then manifests itself spatially. So it is a crisis here in Port Elizabeth. So there are parts of Port Elizabeth that have proper infrastructure. Your places like Summerstrand, your places like Walmer, your places like Fairview, which they've got proper sanitation, they've got sufficient water supply, they've got electricity. The infrastructure itself, in fact, of the housing, the spatial planning itself, it allows for infrastructure to thrive. So you've got this economic divide here in Port Elizabeth and in South Africa at large, where the lower class, the lower economic bracket households, they suffer and they are deficient from proper infrastructural services, and they cope with those realities in many gruesome ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that insight concerning infrastructure around you in Port Elizabeth. Khair, in terms of the challenges of infrastructure, as actually at the forefront of this challenge is the issue of standards. The issue of standard is a core issue when you are evaluating infrastructure. Can you tell us, in your own client, what standards have actually impeded the process of infrastructure provision?
Thank you. So infrastructure actually just basically means the basic facilities and systems that are required for the functioning or operation of a society. And we all know that housing actually entails a bundle of services. It's not just the physical structure, but it also includes facilities and environmental qualities and amenities in order to function properly. And in Nigeria, there are a lot of infrastructural challenges, which includes bad roads, difficulty in accessing certain areas, which lead to high costs of transporting construction or building materials. And this is a major issue in housing. We have a lack of proper rail networks. And rail networks could actually be the most effective means of transporting building materials or construction materials. But then we have cases where trucks are being used on the roads instead to move heavy materials, further dilapidating the already problematic roads that we have, further deteriorating infrastructure. Electricity supply is actually an issue as well. For instance, here we haven't had lights, we haven't had electricity supply for the past 2 days. I had to put the generator on just to be able to be here. So systems cannot function properly, and the cost of diesel to power these generators are so expensive. So it's further deteriorating everything in the environment. Infrastructure is further decaying because the housing provisions are not being met, because certain things like poor drainage facilities in Nigeria are derailing the ability for housing to be adequate for people. Inadequate water supply is another problem. And we all know that if basic facilities or infrastructure are improved on or installed where necessary, then it would generally improve the living conditions of people and bring about housing development. So that is my take on this.
Thank you very much, Umu, for your take on that, on the issue of infrastructure. Luandile, how are students in your country? Luandile Mayoni?
Yes,
how
Sam,
are
sorry.
students in your country responding to the challenges of housing?
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, the degree in housing alone, which is not only available in UKZN, but also available in other South African universities, has become some form of a stepping stone to respond to some of the housing challenges and to allow the students to learn about the increasing urbanization in Africa. It has also provided a platform to learn about the challenges of housing in a South African perspective, especially with regards to our historical legacy of apartheid. This has therefore enabled students to learn more about the rural-urban migration and about the need for sustainable human settlements, but also to learn about urban governance and housing, especially especially in housing, in master's level, where it has enabled us students to question some of the challenges and human issues and also looking at human sentiment. But the availability of these workshops, such as the Pan-Africa that we have today and seminars, and the nature of this symposium, it has allowed us students to also be involved in challenging these issues of housing through engaging with some of the academics in the housing sphere. But nevertheless, there's obviously an evidence to limited space for the youth to participate in housing-related matters. And this limits the capabilities for students to be able to take this knowledge base and transform it into useful implementable strategies that can help to influence policies and legislative frameworks of our government. This is also evidence whereby you find that after students obtain their degrees relating to the built environment, there is a huge barrier to limited room available for students to express their knowledge in the working environment and also into local governments. So there has to be opportunities made available in the housing space for the youth to be able to participate even in policy development around housing challenges. But on a personal level, I feel like in South Africa, there has to be enough room made for us so that we showcase our acquired knowledge in the housing space. But nevertheless, again, the collaboration between the town planning profession and housing practitioners, community development practitioners, suggests that there is a growing awareness of the need to address human settlement issues. So this growing number of students taking up urban development and housing-related studies also suggests a positive move towards addressing the country's housing challenges. Since urban development and housing provision both involve the collaboration and expertise of many different professions, including architects, engineers, etc., there's at least an eagerness of the youth to enter into the profession, which will also contribute positively to the coming up with innovative ways in solving the country's housing challenges. But to actually answer the question of how students should respond to the challenges of housing, the reality is that they don't, because we lack the platform to do so.
Thank you very much, Luandile. He's been able to make it abundantly clear that there's a huge gap between the challenge of housing and the response. And in fact, on the final note, he said there's no response because of the lack of capacity. There's no wherewithal for this youth to be able to respond appropriately to the challenges of housing. And I'm sure this resonates across board, across continents, in Africa, in the US, in every area. Look at UK, everywhere. It resonates with everyone that the challenges of housing is conspicuously excluding the youths, excluding the young ones, who are actually supposed to be at the forefront of innovations, which would ensure that we navigate this complex challenge of housing deficits, housing provision. Because presently, a couple of months back, we're hearing about innovations in terms of 3D modeling, house paintings, and things like this. At the forefront of all of this are youth, vibrant youth, with good knowledge of information technology on how to reduce costs, on how to bring down or bring home the challenge of housing. However, how much space is provided for this youth? Tanya Bansal, please give us an insight into housing affordability in your environment.
Sure. So I think it's kind of already been said here, and I think Anthony kind of touched on it, and it was previously mentioned in the opening remarks as well, that availability of housing is still a major problem in the US. You know, according to an article by the Pew Research Center in October 2021, about half of the Americans said that this was a major problem where they live, which was up by 10% points from early 2018. And 70% of the Americans said young adults today, like I said, the millennials who are into the housing market today have a harder time buying a home than their parents' generation did. So it's way harder, and you can say all this can be contributed to not just the availability, the inventory of housing, but also the cost of goods and services. The inflation that we are seeing, which has been going up. So everything can be contributed to the lack of affordable housing. And, we have seen, especially in the pandemic, that the housing supply has not been able to keep up with the housing demand. There was a lot of demand, and there was just not enough housing supply. Which kind of, and home sales were boomed, listings dropped, and median house sale prices skyrocketed. So a lot of issues there. And, same goes with the renters. From the students' perspective around the University of Maryland, the rents have gone up as well, not just the homeowners. The rents have gone up across by almost about 18%. So students are finding very difficult and challenging to find affordable housing to live around the campuses. Although the university here, University of Maryland, is investing a lot in the student housing projects, but it's still a big challenge as to, is it affordable? Can they affordable given all the other things students have to pay, like I said, the goods and services. And we all know the increasing gas prices here they have been skyrocketing as well. Like, you could get a full, your car filled up like under $50, but now it's like, it goes way above and beyond. So the challenges are there, like everywhere, like I said, it's the housing affordability, and it will take time to tackle this big challenge here in the US as well. And, we just have to work around the policy. We all have to work together to tackle this challenge. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much, Tanya, for that insight. Anthony Huskin, I want to challenge you a bit on how you think that youth can be at the forefront of innovation in resolving the housing debacle currently in terms of affordability and availability. How do you think youth can serve?
That here in the United States, that'll be, I don't want to, I want to be optimistic. It's going to be an uphill battle, especially with the increase of interest rates to buy a home. That hopefully the interest rates to buy homes will slow down the demand to give builders more time to build more homes. We do have a federal organization here called HUD, where individuals can build, they can bid on old housing, and they can renovate that housing. And doing those renovations, they could, we could use materials to renovate that home that are more eco-friendly. But the catch there is, even after you bid for the home, qualify for the home, you would still have to come up with the funds to renovate the home. Here in the US, just doing renovations with materials that are eco-friendly can be a bit more costly than your regular materials to build a home. I do believe that young people becoming more active in the public administration roles, running for offices, starting from the local level. A lot of times people tend to look at elections here more on a national level, but I believe if young people get more involved locally in their local politics, then they can end up, they could probably push along a city ordinance where they can put a cap on rent increases, which will make the availability of affordable homes more present to students like, in Baltimore, or students in Bowie or in Washington, D.C. I think that would be the beginning that for young people to get involved locally, and the policy process to help push along different policies to help kind of cap the cost of rent. Might not be able to do that much as far as the cost of purchasing a home. Right now here in the United States, the rental, the cost of rent has become astronomical. And even in areas where people would deem pretty unsafe, the rent is really still very high. So getting involved in the political process, understanding how to create policy, to put caps on what can be charged for rent in certain areas would be a start. And then we can kind of move into the financial sector about creating caps in that area. And then in the housing prices can be manipulated here in the United States. They're really manipulated by individuals that can buy multiple homes at a time. If we could put caps on how much the equity of a home can have within a 1 year or 2 year time period, I think that would help millennials here in the United States, millennial generation, be able to afford homes. And then we can start addressing global warming aspects and things like that here in the United States. But it begins locally with creating policy to cap rent, to have rent, look at rent and your basic income, your average income for an area. If the average income for this particular area is 77,000 US, then the rent can't be more than this, especially if you're requiring people to come up with, 4 to 5 times the income for a monthly rent. So local, get involved locally, help to write policy, elected individuals that will push your policy forward to help you to be able to afford to live basic living.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that wonderful insight. Bola Akinlaja,
Yeah.
I know you've been raising your hand, you have a contribution to make in this area. However, I know you've been very emotional about the challenges of housing and other issues back home in your country. But I want, along with your comment, to say, how do you think that the youths back home can be properly educated, can be properly sensitized, can be properly integrated into the process of solving the problem and the challenges of housing back home? Your recommendation.
Okay. I look at it from a social
This in 1 minute, please.
Okay, I look at this from a social media point of view. I feel like we underestimate the importance and the power of social media. But during the advent of COVID-19 and George Floyd's incident, it has just shown us that a lot of people are not informed, and people just need the information to be in their faces or for them to come across it to know that something like this is a bothering issue. So I feel like if we have social media campaigns, we have one-on-one reach outs to just kind of like show people, not just with words, but with data, with statistics, to let people know that, look, this is what is happening, regardless of the country, regardless of where you're coming from. We need to know that this is a major issue and it's as important as life and death. you know, because I feel like people just treat housing as, oh, well, housing, some people have it, some people don't. And it's like, we all deserve a housing, like they had earlier said. So that's my perspective.
Thank you very much for your perspective. I want to anchor it at this time. I really appreciate every one of you for coming on this panel. Elson, you can round up for us.
Absolutely. Such powerful voices across the globe as we talked about contested spaces, climate change, infrastructure, but probably most important for all of us to think about is how we bring the young people into the fold, because they are our future. There are a lot of challenging issues that sometimes may seem overwhelming, but I think we have the solutions here. This panel, this conference is one of the reasons why we're able to interlink from a global perspective around these issues. And I think as we continue to do our individual and collective research, we have to do what Bola said. Utilize the infrastructure of IT and social media to share the solutions across the globe. That's what this conference is about. That's what this panel is about. How can we share information from the villages to the urban infrastructure to change our world globally? If we don't do it, we're not going to bring the next generation along. So I just want to thank every single one of you for the opportunity to share your knowledge. We have an awesome chair and leader in Samuel, who has done an incredible job summarizing this information. And I'm going to pass it back to him to close us out. But once again, let's make sure that we interlink together, utilizing IT and infrastructure to share the knowledge to change our world. Samuel.
Thank you very much, Elson. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this wonderful time, your sacrifice for our partners back in US, the student from US. I understand clearly we're on different time zones, and it's a whole lot of discomfort to get you out at this time to have this presentation, to be on this conversation. But I must say, thank you very much for the effort you have put in place. And for those, my panelists from Nigeria, who was here to give us insight into the challenges back home in Nigeria as far as housing is concerned, thank you very much. Tanya, you've been so wonderful on this platform. Your voice has been so strong. And I say kudos to you. And for everyone here present, our partners from Bowie State University, you guys have been so wonderful. I appreciate you so much and look forward to connecting with every one of you on further levels, taking this conversation further. Quick announcement to everyone. For those who have presented one paper or the other in the course of this conference, and you want your paper considered for the special journal issue, we would advise that between now and the 10th of July, that your full paper reach us for this publication. It is going through a peer review, and whichever one is accepted would be published on the Journal of Inclusivity and Built Environments, our journal under Saatchi Chair for Inclusive City in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. At this point, I want to give it to Professor Lovemore Chipungu to give us his final thoughts and close us. Thank you very much.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if Dr. Mien is around to give us the closing remarks.
Yes, he's around.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mien, please, the platform is yours. Can you go ahead? Thank you very much.
Mr. Mieni, sorry, you are muted.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Thanks, Prof. Chipungu, for the introduction. My name is Vincent Mieni, and mine is very simple. It is to say a few closing remarks as this prestigious conference comes to an end. It is therefore proper for me to thank a few people in as far as the success of this symposium is concerned. I would like to pass a word of gratitude to the following people, especially the University of KwaZulu-Natal, which is the host, from the top leadership in the university at large. In this case, the College of Humanities, the School of Built Environment and Development Studies. And I would also like to say that this symposium would not have been possible without their support. And I'll go on to say that the plenary or organizing team has also done a sterling job in making sure that this conference is successful. I will also pass my word of gratitude to the ICS team. You can see that this conference was technologically driven, and without the support of the ICT team, it would not have been possible, and therefore we pass our word of gratitude to them. And I would also like to thank the presenters, everybody who presented their papers, in this case, the scholars from local and international level, from various institutions of higher learning. We appreciate your contribution in this symposium. And I would also like to thank the students, both at local and international level, who have made it possible to make their sterling contribution in this symposium. I would also like to thank people from the private sector, public sector, the NGO sector. I know that we have had a lot of people coming from those sectors, and we also would like to thank their participation in the conference. I would also like to thank the sponsors of this event. I think they have done a good job as well. And I think without their contribution, a lot would have not been possible for the success of this conference. And as far as everybody is concerned, we can agree that you have all made an insightful contribution in this symposium. And therefore, my request, and I think it is the request of the plenary or the organizing team, to say that let us sustain this network of knowledge sharing, because it is very important, it is very insightful, and with that, I think we keep the debate ongoing, even beyond this symposium, so that we are able to talk to one another, we are able to make those publications, and we are able to keep on debating, because without the participation and the sustainability of this discussion, it will be not possible to help one another, because we all have different challenges in different spheres of our lives, and different spheres of our continent, and different spheres of our countries. And therefore, we need one another so that we are able to tackle our problems in as far as the creation of the Pan-African city is concerned. With all these debates and discussions that emanated from this symposium, we can all agree that the creation of the Pan-African city can only be achieved if all relevant role players, in this case, the built environment, the private sector, the public sector, and the NGO sector, come to realize the importance of working together as one team. Because with that spirit of willingness to work together, I'm sure the creation of the African city, or of the Pan-African city, can be realized and can be achieved without any struggling. As I'm closing, I think the best way to close this is to say that, as I have emphasized, the spirit of working together in sharing information, we can all agree when we say that we will never stop to learn, because life will never stop to teach us. And with that, this conference is coming to an end. I thank you. And with those words.